So sorry, guys. I accidentally killed my own stream. Motherfucker. I accidentally hit stop streaming. Please tell me it's still on. Is it still live? Son of a bitch. Are we still on, or did I fuck it up? God damn it. Ah, fucker. Yep, I fucked it up. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Come back in. I just fucked up our entire show for today. God damn, I fucked it up. So is our YouTube stream fucked, or did it come back on? Nope, our YouTube stream is fucked. It started a new one. God damn it. So I was clicking around. I'm clicking the thing, right? I'm clicking over on OBS, and dude, there's got to be some kind of like thing. There's got to be some protecting thing where, because like I just accidentally clicked stop streaming. Like there's a little button right here. It says stop streaming. All I did was I clicked, like my finger just kind of slipped. And it hit stop streaming. And that's it. No like warning. Are you sure you want to stop streaming? Just boop, stop streaming, done. God damn it. Thank you, Wildcard, by the way, for the $4.99 on YouTube. Although we're fucked on YouTube now. We're not going to get any audience today because the fucking live stream went down because I fucking killed it. God cocksucking damn it. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Oh, we were already over 600 for today, and I fucked it up. Son of a bitch. Ass. If you hate Steel Toe, I hope this is a great moment for you. I hope you don't take this shit so seriously that you can't appreciate a good fucking Aaron flub. See, now this is the shit you should be making fun of. Your other obsession just makes you seem like a creepy weirdo. This is the funny shit that you should be making fun of. Oh, God. And now I'm arm sweating. And we were in the middle of fucking vibing about dildos together. Son of a bitch. Now I'm, okay. Now it's going to be flop sweat and worrying about, I wasn't worried about the goal yet today. I wasn't worried about any of that stuff. Now I'm fucking mortified. Because it shouldn't be a thing where you can just click stop streaming and it stops. There should be a fucking safeguard for retards like myself so that you can't do that. But alas, boys and girls, here we are. Let me upload a thumbnail for the fucking YouTube thing. There we go. Good. Our YouTube numbers are going to be in the fucking dog shitter today. And Rumble too. All of our numbers are going to be in the dog shitter today because I fucking stopped the stream and now people won't know where to find it. God damn it. Oh, am I fucking annoyed by myself. Let's take a look here. You would love AIDS. If it killed off black blood cells, that's not true. Liberace just spit a cock out just to comment on how gay that shirt is. Liberace can't spit out a cock, my friend. He's dead. And that's mean-spirited. That's, you know what? That might even be hate speech, if I'm being honest. All right, 285 away from today's goal. Help me hang on to my sanity. I know I don't deserve it because I'm such a fucking retard. But go ahead and shoot us a little something. Let's and like when I did it, I just did what I clicked it because I was clicking over on the camera scenes and I was going to switch it over and I just clicked stop streaming and my hands went like this. I basically Kevin and Home Aloned it. I was like, ah! And I kept trying to click it back. Like, you know, when you like send a text and you know you can't delete a text after you send it. Maybe you iPhone people can. I don't know. But like, you know how you can't delete a text after you send it? I was trying to do that. I'm like, maybe if I hit start streaming again right away, it'll all go back. I've got a surprise for you. It don't go back. It don't go back. Vodka Rock says, blame it on the tumor. Look, I'm resigned to one fact. I'm resigned to the fact that today's show, audience-wise, is going to be smaller than it usually is. We're not going to average 700 some odd people. We're not going to peak out at 900 people. It's going to be a smaller show than usual. What do you do? There, Restream just sent me an email. Here's how your stream went. I know how my stream went. It was going great. Eagle of America says, the dildos got you excited. We didn't. We get it. No, it was not the dildos. And now I'm frazzled. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, Aaron's so distraught over the death of Johnny, he doesn't know what he's doing. Johnny's not dead. This upsets people too when I say what the Restream stats are. He says 700, 900, what's he smoking? That's our averages. We average 700 people at a time. First of all, Rumble and YouTube alone every day are averaging about 600 together, so that's not very difficult to understand. Then you've got 3 other sources. They only do like 100 something combined on average. So I don't mean to upset people with those stats, but that is how it works. I'm sorry. And that, by the way, that shouldn't bother you either. I don't understand why that's so threatening to some people. But someday I will be educated. Go ahead and throw in some money towards that 285. Let's get this thing back on track. All right, back to the dildos. Let's go back and Zapruder film the green dildos, shall we? Here we go. Yeah, I saw it bounce that time. I was able to see the dick bounce. Wait, what I mean is before I couldn't see where the cock came from, and I just wanted to see the cock coming into because it enters the. I just want to see where it inserts itself into the frame of the. I just want to see the cock. It's just, you also understand, I hate that I have a new audience members that are very dumb. You also understand, and this is funny to me, there are people who see me do these types of bits, which are hilarious, fucking funny bits, and they think it's serious. And the fact that you have to break down the fourth wall, nothing will make you lose your belief that humanity can be intelligent again than watching people on the internet take the world too seriously. God damn it. You know what it is? It's their black legs. Their black legs are the problem. Their black legs are obscuring my view of where the dick enters the frame. Because the black legs are kind of concealing it's forced perspective and where the fucking, where did that? I'm going to see that dick. Oh, there. Okay. I can't see where the dick came. The dick just appears. It's immaculate conception. Immaculate erection. And I love the announcer's reaction. Oh, look out. A fucking dick hits the corner. Oh, look out. Everybody get away. Like it's a bomb.
Oh, look out. Something just came onto the floor.
It sure did.
An object that just flew in as the free throw was being made.
She's laughing. She gets it. She's like, there was a dick on the court. That's the right reaction. The woman who came up right away, kicked the fucking thing out of there. You can tell which of the WNBA players are lesbian and which ones are. The heterosexuals laugh and they're like, oh, an innocent little green Martian dick. That's adorable. We'll get a slug of water here real quick. We'll get out there and play. The lesbians are like, attack! Get it! Get the fucking thing out of here. They don't want the cock. They don't. They love when the fans pelt the court on Taco Tuesday.
It looked like that hit a player, too.
See, look, she's having a great time with the cocks on the floor. That's the spirit. That's how you win over the fans. That's how you keep them in the building. Not that guy. He's out, and he might be out for a year. He might not get to watch the WNBA. But, I mean, the more they talk about it, the more they rhapsodize about how offensive and awful this is, it's just, there's going to be more dicks. The dick thing is not going away. The dick thing is here to stay. Some people in the chat calling it toxic masculinity. Is it toxic masculinity to throw a cock onto a basketball court? Part of me believes that it's almost like a tribute. Like it's hazing in a way. It's like welcoming them in. Like, hey, you're a sport now that people are watching. We're paying attention. I mean, the Patriots and Bills had a dildo thrown onto the court or onto the field during their game. And they took it in stride. It was fine. And I think the greatest thing, here's how you handle the green dick controversy in the WNBA. The next time they do it, one of the girls should just like pick it up and take it over to the bench and wrap it in a towel and then take it home with them. Just that would, and like, let everybody see you doing it. That would, if they embrace it and they lean in, the dildos won't be as fun to throw on the court anymore. Wow, Landers says, too bad it wasn't a hand grenade. Like, why? What? They're playing a fucking basketball game. They're not bad people. They're a bunch of girls playing basketball. Let them play basketball. Let them play basketball with a green dick on the court. I just love that the announcer's like, uh-oh, what are we doing? Uh-oh, there's a cock on the court. What are we going to do? Like, it's not a streaker. It's not a guy with a fucking bomb vest strapped to his chest. It's just a rubber cock, dude. You'll be fine. Says a lot about you psychologically that it's, you feel threatened when that thing enters the picture. All right, boys and girls, we're back on track. As much as we're going to get back on track for today, thank you very much. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. It looks like we are back to 600 combined, all 5 of the fucking things. What's 2 and 250 is 450, 510. Just a little under 600 still, but we recovered from losing from me killing the stream earlier. 285 is the number for today's goal. Do me a big favor. Settle my Celsius beating heart. Let's all have a little bit of a rally here. Throw in a couple bucks for the toe. I do appreciate it. Little sincerity for you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Throw us a couple of bucks, and let's get today off to a good start. We've had a perfect week so far. It's been a slog. I've had to work for it. I've had to really dig in and get out my my metal coin cup. But we've been able to do it. So best show there is. Nobody better than me. I think the animosity that I receive is evidence of just how fucking good we really are at this. You're supposed to bend and break at all that shit, and I just let it all in like a nice cool breeze. I play the heel better than anybody in the fucking business. Misery Loves Clips posted this. I just wanted to share it with you. I have very little commentary to give you with this next thing. The only commentary I can give you is that this is the kind of shit I was worried about with the LGBTQ and the trans community. Kind of like, they sort of welcome everyone in. Like, they don't worry about anyone's mental health. And if there's any group of people that need to be concerned about mental health, it would be the LGBTQ plus community. They have mental health problems at a higher clip than heterosexual people. And especially in the trans community, where there's a lot of respected voices who say that being trans is actually in and of itself a mental illness, gender dysphoria. And I worry that they're so obsessed with growing their numbers, and they're so obsessed with being tolerant and inviting and accepting of everyone, that they'll accept people who clearly have mental hangups and like really need psychiatric help or need some kind of therapy. And they don't do it because they're just like, hey, they're one of us. It's really troubling because you can openly, and we've seen this with like mass shooters and stuff like that. We see this with people who are struggling with gender dysphoria and they end their lives. I mean, there are people out there that need serious help and all they get is reaffirmation and they get propped up by these groups who are just using them to pump up their numbers when in reality, this is a person who could be screaming out for help. So I know I've just taken the funny out of what I'm about to show you with that opinion, but I think this illustrates it very well. This is from Misery Loves Clips. He tweeted this out yesterday and he said, I think I just found the next MLC guest regular. He could really give Karmic a run for his money. By the way, what happened to that Karmic guy? Wasn't he supposed to be like the next big streaming dude? And now I don't even hear. I mean, I know I'm not involved in that world, but I don't ever hear anything about that guy. All right, he's kind of like that Kate Meany. She was supposed to be a thing and just gone. It's just what happens when you live in the internet, I think. And by the way, I'm tired of having all these examples of how fucking right I am and then still have some of you like way too obsessed with the internet. People go, no, you say it's not. It's like I'm threatening your very existence and reality, which I am. I'm just arrogant enough to point it out to you. Let's go ahead and watch this clip. And again, this is at an LGBTQ protest. Shame on anyone who just uses this guy for their cause and doesn't try to get him any kind of help.
We are proud of who we are. We are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are.
But what are you? That's the quote. We are proud of what we are. By the way, that is actually footage of my zit yesterday. That's But like, how do you look at this guy and go, yeah, this is someone we're going to give a sign to and they're going to protest and we're going to embrace him as a member of our community? And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're going to get this man help and maybe some medication or something like that. This isn't like it's using mentally ill people. That's what the modern LGBTQ protest culture is. It's using mentally ill people, not giving a fuck about them, and not doing anything to get them help. And I understand, like, at some level, you're a big boy, you're an adult, get your own fucking help. But, like, you act like you're an advocate, but you're not. You're an advocate for people as long as they totally agree with you.
Who we are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are. We are proud of who we are. We are proud of what we're like. We are proud of what we're like.
Where are the rest of the protesters? Like, did he just kind of wander off? Is the actual protest like 2 blocks away and he just started wandering like Frank the Tank and nobody followed him? That's just, I saw that yesterday. I was like, funny, fucking hilarious, strange as all hell. But it also, because I can't turn it off, and because I think about it, because of you, because I like Bappa Shab and Sam show, I can't turn off my what does this mean for the greater culture switch. I sit here and I go, the people use this guy. Like, they don't care about him. There's no, and that's my problem with these modern protests. There's no humanity in it. It's all just numbers and people and use them as cattle. And, it really is a sign of Marxism. Like, Marxism doesn't care about the individual. It just needs the group to look like it's all moving in one direction. And this is what happens when you devalue the individual. Like this guy, he doesn't belong at a protest. He belongs, belongs with his parents, belongs with people who give a shit about him. It's just bizarre. And also, that protest chant is now going to be in my head all fucking day long. $2 from Tin the Toolman Taylor says, when the announcers see something fly on the court. Okay, what is this?
Colonel, you better take a look at this radar. What is it, son?
Thanks for getting me fucking demonetized for a little WNBA dildo gag. Appreciate it. And thanks for at least throwing in $2 with it.
I don't know, sir, but it looks like a giant dick.
Yeah.
Take a look out of starboard.
Oh, David Keckner.
Oh my God, it looks like a huge...
Pecker!
Oh, where?
Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's...
Privates! We have report. See, you get it. It's. I will say this about Mike Myers movies. Here's what you can scream at the TV while you're watching a Mike Myers movie. We get it. The Austin. Nobody will accuse the Austin Powers movies of being subtle. The Austin Powers movies are a sledgehammer over your fucking head. 191 Redbird with $1 says you're being willfully ignorant at this point. Uh-oh, what did I do? See, I can't. This is the other thing. I can't. I show a goofy, wacky little clip of a guy. We are proud of what we are. Now I'm missing a greater social point in the whole thing. Are you ready? I'm excited to see how I'm missing the point. You're being willfully ignorant at this point. It's always been about legalizing pedophiles. Even Joe Rogan admitted recently he can see it, and we are less than a decade away from it becoming a reality. Who's fucking harped on that more than me? My own children have been fucking threatened. I understand how lax people are towards pedos. Believe me, I fucking understand it 100%. I just didn't want to go into... I thought me just going into a trans rant with that one was going to be like too much for what... And it was too much for what that video was supposed to be. But now I'm missing the secret pedos, and now I'm not releasing the Epstein list and everything else. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Sam Show says, to be fair... It's partially my fault that the world is more accepting of. I can't win. $1 from Hobo. I got Hobo to give $1. He says, die already. Oh, someone wasn't getting enough attention. Sorry, sweets, but thank you for the buck. I appreciate it. I'm just busting your balls, Hobo. Thank you for the $1. That's very supportive of you. Hey, I don't see anyone else throwing in $1. Hobo's the man. 280 away from today's goal. Can we just get a nice big drop in there, like a dildo in a WNBA game, and just knock out the money part? Thanks, guys. 280 away from today. 94 memberships on Rumble away from what do you call it? 400. Members. Hey, we got to 600 even after my big crash streaming fuck up. Thank you. I mean, 600 is not a good number for us, but it's an I won't blow my head off number, put it that way. What we really need to do is make a little cash. Vodka Rock says, Aaron, blame it on the tumor. I've got great content today. I've got good stuff, and I always say when we have good stuff, the only thing that can fuck it up is me. You know what today is? Me fucking it up. Real Jacks 2 says, you get more money, Aaron, when you start in with the white power. Seriously, it's all right. Got it. I'll come back to you guys in just a little bit. We have to talk about, we got to get to the Owen Benjamin thing and then the Howard Stern news. Honestly, never thought this day would come, but it's time to start counting it down, guys. We are in the final days of the Howard Stern show. And it's really sad. I think if Howard would have left, like if he would have retired 10 years ago, people would have looked back and they would have went, well, these last 3 years, they weren't the strongest days of Howard, but they were fine. If Howard would have retired at like 65, 66 years old before Trump ran for president, I think Howard's epitaph for his career would be a lot different. Now, don't get me wrong. None of us are going to, and none of us should forget the fact that Howard was a fucking legend and he did an amazing show and he had a great cast and his show was wildly entertaining for decades. Nobody should forget that. But you can't whitewash the last 5 years. You can't whitewash COVID. You can't whitewash the Trump hysteria. You can't whitewash any of that stuff that Howard Stern did as he got older. Like, Howard Stern lost his fastball, and then he sat back on shitty interviews. And the most tragic thing about Howard is that people had their nose so far up his ass, he wouldn't listen to anyone who told him different. And they would keep telling him, oh, Howard, you're the interview king. Howard, you're the greatest interviewer ever. He's not. Like, if you ever watched a Howard Stern interview, he's all of us who went to broadcasting school. He's just a radio interviewer. He's not better or worse than most of the guys out there. He just has a conversation with people. I mean, personally, I always found his interviews boring as all hell. But we'll get to all that in a second. It does look like Howard Stern and Sirius, their relationship may be coming to an end, and Howard may be losing the last reason he has to leave his home. But first, Owen Benjamin tweeted this out yesterday, and it made me, like, Owen makes me laugh so hard. Owen's one of the best out there. He has an obsession with Nick Fuentes. He doesn't like Nick Fuentes. He likes making fun of Nick Fuentes. He's not a fan. So yesterday, Owen found a photo of Mr. Fuentes and his father. And Owen surmised and theorized that perhaps Nick Fuentes is a Jew and is hiding it. This is the tweet from Owen. It's up on the screen there. It's purportedly to be Nick Fuentes and his dad. And Owen writes, this is Nick Fuentes' Jewish dad. I have nothing against Jews. I love using money for my transactions, and I find their TV and films extremely clever. Very good. But Fuentes' dad's face is so Jewish, the ADL banned it as hate speech. They said it, quote, made Ari Shaffir look like a handsome Gentile. So yes, Fuentes is obviously a gay Jewish Mexican, which is fine. I just want you guys to know. Now, in fairness, Nick, if that is Nick Fuentes' dad, it's a remarkably looking Jewish dad. If Nick Fuentes is not, like, Nick Fuentes has denied being Mexican, he's denied being gay, he's denied being Jewish. I think Nick Fuentes might be a gay Mexican Jew, which I think should be good for his career. It proves that he's very diverse. He's just not very tolerant. But if that is his father, if he's not Jewish, he's the most Jewish-looking not Jewish guy I've ever seen in my life. And thank you to Owen Benjamin for educating all of us. Papa Shab says, is that Eugene Levy? That's what Owen said. He tweeted later yesterday. He's like, one of these men is a secret Jew. The other one is Eugene Levy. Can you tell the difference? So Owen cracked the case. Not only is Nick Fuentes, so there's a lot of people who think that Nick Fuentes is like a plant. He's there to make right-wing people look bad and anti-Semitic and all this stuff. I think it's a lot more simple than that. I think he's clearly a closeted gay kid, in my opinion. Like Tucker Carlson had Candace Owens on. It is really weird. You would think Nick Fuentes would be a guy that's easy to ignore, and you just go, what the fuck do I care what he says? But he does get people riled up. Like, he had Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens talking about him for a good 5 minutes in their 2-hour show. I mean, that's a respectable chunk of time on a huge show like Tucker's. And Tucker called him a, quote, weird gay kid in his basement, which is not entirely inaccurate. I mean, it's not, you can say that Tucker's coping, or you could say that it's Tucker trying to hit back at Nick Fuentes, but show me where he's wrong in calling Nick Fuentes a weird little gay kid in his basement. I mean, all of those things may one day end up being proven. So who knows? Hobo says his dad looks like a real Jewish conquistador. He does have very conquistador figures or features about him. Aaron's period pill weighing in about the anniversary show with $5. Thank you, Aaron's period pill, for the $5. He says, Aaron, I was able to get the puke and the smell out of my truck after Gino puked. Attaboy. Dude. Poor Keanu. Poor Keanu. After the anniversary show, like this always happens. Whenever Gino does a show with us, our audience buys him shots while he's on stage. They treat him like a gremlin. They just feed him shots and feed him shots. And he does great. And he kills. And every time Gino's performed for us, he's done well. But the audience will feed him shots and Cheetos will feed him shots. And he'll just do them one after the other on stage. And he's full of life. He's great. You know, before, at the party, during, while he's on stage, everything. Gino is in a great mood. He's an incredibly fun guy to hang out with. After he gets off stage, it's like the battery completely powered down. He gave everything he had on stage, and he's done. And he goes and he sits on the bench outside of Stoney's, and he's dead to the world. Now, 2 years ago, Keanu couldn't feed him water. He was getting mad at Keanu. He's like, no, get away. You're trying to poison me. He thought Keanu was trying to poison. He thought his young bride was trying to poison him with water. He was very, very drunk. This year, he accepted the water. He was drinking the water. We get into Aaron's Period Pills truck. He takes us back. We took an Uber there, and we took Aaron's Period Pills truck back to my house. And I'm sitting there. I'm hammered. I'm tired. It's time to go to bed. So I'm kind of like this. I'm sitting next to Gino, who's kind of in the middle of the truck. And all of a sudden, Gino just goes, Gino just throws up on himself because these animals just kept feeding him shots. So he throws up on himself. And I've got so little left in the tank that instead of going, oh God, Jesus, I go, I looked at Gino and I go, Keanu, Gino's puking on himself. And Keanu just, the moment is too big for her. She doesn't know what to, she's like, oh my God, Eugene, what are you doing? And then a little more. He had to get the poison out. And I'm not overreacting at all. I'm just kind of leaning back going, oh, that's a lot of puke. And we get him home and Keanu gets him cleaned up. I'm stumbling into the house. It's a fucking shit show. I mean, if Keanu hadn't been there, I don't know how that night gets ended. Don't say gay sex. But I don't physically know how the two of us, along with Aaron's Period Pill, are able to manage that situation without Keanu's guidance and leadership. Because she ran the whole thing. And I went up to my room to go to bed. I go down the hallway and the water's running. Gino's going to take a quick shower and get cleaned up. And Keanu, this is how you know that those two love each other and they're going to be together for a very long time. Keanu is cleaning Gino. After his puking escapades. And I'm pretty sure, I don't remember the whole thing, but I pretty much remember myself going, it seems like these two have got it. I'll go to bed. I woke up in the morning. Everything seemed like it was handled. But yes, Aaron's Period Pill, I'm very happy that you were able to get that smell cleaned out of your truck. Vodka Rock, that is not true. You need to learn how to read the terms and everything else. Gino did fine. I told him not to do things like that, but Gino didn't do anything that was anything uncouth, so to speak. So stop buying that internet line and learn how to read for yourself. Thank you very. I mean, it's such a silly thing. I'm not even going to address it. It's people's obsession with Aaron. Steel Toe's the bad man, and we can't get the Steel Toe man, so we got to get the Steel Toe man somehow. It's exhausting, and it's an ignoring of reality. It's living in a delusion, and I think you're better than that. Aaron's Period Pill with $2 says, I need to send Gino a bill for the cleaning. He's got enough money. He did pretty well. That's for sure. He did pretty well. Yeah, Vodka Rock, you're losing your fucking mind. You got a little too much internet left in you still. We've been kind of programming it out of you, and we've been very successful like we have with many others, but you're still Oh, God, it's so tragic to watch people just not understand the basics of things. Unbelievable. Blind to a lot of other shit. But boy, when they want something, they'll delude themselves into it. I will say this, Vodka Rock, and I know you know this deep down. There was a crime committed that day, but it was against me. But that's okay. You don't need to see that part, do you? All right, let's get into some actual real shit instead of petty high school girl nonsense. Throw us a couple of bucks. It's slow going this morning because somebody accidentally shut down the stream. What a retard. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Go ahead and throw in a couple. Let's get this thing jump-started a little bit, guys. 275 is the number. I'd like to have one day today. This is my dream. I want to have one show today or this week where the goal gets knocked down nice and I have a real show. And it's not just the last 30, 40 minutes of Aaron trying to scrape together. No, Vodka Rock, that's not. You just live in too small of a world. I'm sorry. Talk to people who know shit. It's Jesus Christ. I'm just about done with you. Howard Stern is just about done at Sirius XM after 50 years in the broadcast business. It looks like Howard might be out. This comes as a bit of a surprise, but only because I didn't know that his contract was up. But it makes sense because Howard's been signing 5-year deals since 2005, so it makes sense that it would be up now. But it looks like Sirius and Stern are far apart on a new deal, and it makes sense because Howard does what, like 2 shows a week? And does he still come into the studio, or is he still scared that COVID's going to kill him? Either way, Howard has a deal for about $100 million a year. And what Sirius gets in that deal is Sirius gets the rights to Howard's back catalog so they can play all the old Stern stuff. Now, fat lot of good that does them. A lot of the shit with Artie and Beetlejuice and Hank the Drunken Dwarf and Wendy the Retard and all these stuff, they don't play them. They think it's politically incorrect. They think it's wrong. I'm almost positive that all the Daniel Carver stuff does not get played on Sirius XM. So a lot of the funniest stuff that Howard's ever done, at one point Howard's people thought, well, that's a bad look for his image, and they cut it out. But they have the back catalog. They play all that stuff. Howard does a show like 2 times a week, and they pay him $100 million. Sirius XM, like a lot of media right now, is being hurt by the fact that media is diversified and that people get their entertainment many different ways. Now, Sirius XM claims that they have 30 million paying subscribers, so they're not a small company. But even at $6 a month, which some people get it cheaper, some people get it more expensive, that's still $198 million in revenue. And if Howard's taken up $100 million of that, I really... Does Howard have 15 million listeners still that are paying the freight and making him a profitable, or 18 million, whatever it would need to be to pay his salary? I don't think he does. Like, I think even at his peak on terrestrial radio, he had 20 million listeners. And I don't think he's exceeded his terrestrial radio days on Sirius XM. So I don't know how much money Howard's actually made Sirius XM the last couple of years versus his salary being kind of an albatross around their neck. The rumor is that Sirius is going to lowball Howard Stern. They're going to offer him a deal that they know he'll say no to, so they can say, well, we tried to keep Howard. And then Howard can say, well, I wasn't fired. I just agreed not to come back to the company. It's... I don't know. I just, it's time to go. It's time to be done. I think these last 5 years, usually a guy, if he hangs on too long, it's just kind of accepted. You hang on. Imus hung on too long. Everybody, Letterman, Leno, all these guys, they all hung on too long because they're successful. They do very well. I mean, yeah, for his legacy, he probably should have been done before COVID and before Trump. It would have helped him a lot. But legacy is something you and I care about. It's not really something these guys think about in the moment. You know what Howard Stern thinks about? Hey, they want to bring me back for $500 million more. Should I quit doing what I'm doing, or should I accept $500 million more dollars? And obviously, most people are going to take the $500 million more dollars over 5 years. That's what Howard's been doing the last 10 years, coasting, cashing checks. Good for him. He's the highest grossing, I would say he's probably the highest earning entertainer in history. He's got to be one of. I mean, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2024. He's been paid $1 billion by SiriusXM alone. And then there's probably tens of millions of dollars when he was on the radio and the movies and the books and everything else. Howard's one of the highest paid entertainers who ever lived, and you can't take that away from him. And as they say, there's only two things real in this business, the money and the miles. So Howard Stern, look, alienating half the country with his bullshit, uneducated commentary, not exactly the best move in the world. Also turning his back on his fans that made him and saying that, oh, I disavow all that shit I did. And kind of turning his back on the whole pro-free speech movement and kind of becoming a Hollywood sellout and like, I want to hang out with Ellen DeGeneres and Jennifer Aniston and Jimmy Kimmel. It's like, he used to make fun of those types of people. He used to talk about how he didn't want to be part of that club. Fuck those people. We find out later on as he got older that he had his nose and his hands pressed against the glass looking into their party, wishing he could be in it. And that was one of the more disappointing things about Howard Stern. But ultimately, his legacy can't be ignored. He was the biggest thing in radio history, one of the biggest entertainers of his time, and parlayed that into billions of dollars. You're not supposed to be able to do that in radio, and Howard Stern did. Again, if he would have stopped in 2015, people would have remembered Artie and Jackie and John and Fred and Robin and all the Daniel Carver, Beetlejuice, all of these different things. And instead, we have a guy who hangs on too long, like a lot of people do. It'll be interesting to see in the future. Like, as time goes on, how will Howard Stern be remembered? Will we wash away these last 5 years like some kind of a bad memory and just remember the old days of the Howard Stern show? Or will it be one of those things where when we talk about him, we'll talk about him in his totality? Like, yeah, Howard was great for a while, but then, remember COVID, Howard? Remember what a psycho he was? Like, usually if you fall off and you're not as good as you used to be, people just go, oh, past his prime, it happens, whatever. And then they just forget about it after a few years. But Howard made a lot of noise. That's the thing. People want to say Howard's irrelevant. I would disagree. Every time Howard came out with some dog shit opinion, it was front page news all the time. When Howard said people without the vaccine should die, they shouldn't be allowed around people, that made news. A lot of people wrote about that, talked about that. Howard was still able to get people talking. It's just that the shit he was saying seemed like such a betrayal of who he used to be that it turned a lot of people off. And I wonder how much of that stink, that COVID stink, is going to stick to him and how much of it will be forgotten because people loved him so much. Here's where if this is the end of Howard Stern, and I think it is, I think Sirius will offer him, Jim Norton said that when his last contract with Sirius was up, that they offered him a deal so shitty that he had to turn it down. And he thinks that was their intention, that they meant to do that. I think that's what they're going to do with Howard. I think Sirius is, if they're not out of money, the cash flow ain't there, the revenue production ain't there, they need to cut cost, and there's nobody left to cut. I mean, SiriusXM has cut all the other shows, the smaller shows. They're gone. I mean, they've cut everything around Howard, and now you've got the biggest chunk of fat sitting right there. It's time to make your company more lean and shave off the biggest chunk. Yeah, you're going to lose people. And they might make a deal to keep Howard's back catalog and play old Howard Stern shows. But I don't think Howard holds money-making value as a show host at this point. And I don't see Howard making a turn to podcasting. I think he's too old for that. I don't think he wants to do that. I mean, hell, he doesn't have to do that. Howard can really do whatever he wants at this point. I don't see him retiring. I see him doing something. I just don't know what it is yet. I mean, he's got, who knows, maybe, at this point, Jesus, he might become a CNN or MSNBC political contributor. the way he's been going. But it does look like Sirius and Stern are far apart on money. And, and also they're saying that Stern's outspoken political views have further strained talks. Well, yeah, and I think the thing is, like, nobody went to Howard Stern for their feelings on politics. They went for him to, like, make fun of people, to talk about pop culture, to have his, band of weirdos on the Whack Pack. That was the stuff they went to Howard for. I mean, Howard, in a way, is kind of an extension of this late night thing that's been going on, where people go to him for a distraction, and then Howard becomes the thing they need to be distracted from. That's a tough place to be. But it does look like he's going to be done. It could also be posturing for a new contract, but I don't think so. Sirius has been doing nothing but cutting lately. Butt cutting. And I don't see another $500 million deal. I also think Howard's ego is too big to take a really small, like a lowball offer. I think he'll quit before that. Hard to retire when they're offering you $500 million a year. I get that. It's not hard to retire if they're offering you a fraction of that after you've made over $1 billion. So I think that I think that this will be it. What will happen afterwards, I don't know. I'm not sure. Rexstart parody account says last 5 years. How about last 15 plus? You could argue that, and a lot of people do. You could argue that when Artie left, tried to kill himself. You could argue that after Artie left the show, that kind of the heart and soul went out of the thing. I think Artie era Stern is the best Stern. I think the first year or two at Sirius was some of their best work. Sal and Richard and Artie and all those guys. I thought that was great. Also, the Billy West days were very good. The Jackie days were very good. It's hard to say what the best era of Stern was, but it definitely wasn't the last 5 to 10 years. Rexstart parody account says 15 years. Okay, I guess I could probably go with that. I thought his coverage of the Leno Conan stuff was really great, so I'll go 10 years. I think if Howard would have been done before Donald Trump declared his candidacy for president, I think that we would have all remembered Howard as the king of all media and holy shit, Howard was amazing. Now, I think there's going to be a little bit of a stain on his legacy because of that fucking COVID stuff. I mean, he just went. It was the worst possible thing for Howard Stern because he's been a hypochondriac his entire career. And then you release this bug, and the fact that he's an elitist East Coast Jewish liberal who has a panic problem and a hygiene fixation. COVID was designed to wipe out his reputation. And everything he said about COVID was just, I mean, people were almost looking at him going, God, Howard, say you're kidding. Jesus. I think even the people on his show, Robin called him out a few times and said, you're insane. Like, COVID's done. You can stop. You can leave your house. Bapa Shab says Beetlejuice was the real talent. I've said this before, and I will take it to the grave with me. Beetlejuice is the greatest radio character who ever lived. Maybe one of the best, radio and television, one of the best characters who ever lived. Nomo says, because pretentious boomers started sucking him and vice versa. Yeah, I thought, all of a sudden out of nowhere, like a thing just coming out, like people start saying it over and over, so everyone just starts accepting it. Meanwhile, you're looking around going, what the fuck are we all talking about? That's kind of how I felt when people went, oh, yeah, Howard? Oh, yeah, you mean the guy who does the great interviews. I'm like, what? And I feel like that was a Howard designed thing because people were so mad at him for getting away from Beetlejuice and all of that stuff. So he was like, oh, no, guys, you don't understand. Like, it was that Marcy Turk, that executive vice president of his company, who wanted to clean him up and make him more presentable, get him America's Got Talent, all that stuff. And so instead of him going, I'm trading in everything I ever did, I'm turning my back on all of you who love that shit. Instead, he pivoted and he was like, well, no, guys, it's because Howard's such a great interviewer. He's got to do all the interviews now. Nobody stopped for a second and went, I mean, he's fine at interviewing, but he's not fucking Morley Safer. He's not Mike Wallace, for God's sake. But that's kind of the thing they went with. After they said no more Carver, no more Beetlejuice, no more drunken dwarves, anything like that. That was kind of their shift, if you will. Switchblade Proper says Jude Angelini on Shade 45 in the afternoon was my favorite. April was a huge Jude Angelini fan. When we were cleaning out her apartment when she was moving in, we listened to Jude. She would turn on Jude's show, and I didn't get it because I remember Rude Jude. I remember telling her, I'm like, this guy's been around since the 90s. She's like, what? Really? I'm like, yeah, he was on, was it Lisa or Ricky Lake or something like that? When I was a kid, Rude Jude was like this wigger guy who would just yell at wayward teens. That was his whole, like, yeah, you suck. And the crowd loved it. Like the 90s, it was awesome to bring on mentally ill kids with drug or drinking problems and just scream at them and make them feel shitty about themselves. We know a little better now, but yeah, we would just bring on some wigger weirdo and just have him scream at addicts. And we thought that was just the shit. But no, April loved the Jude Angelini show. They cut him loose too years ago. They got rid of him. So I think I want to say who would be the guy now on Sirius XM? Is it Mad Dog? Is Mad Dog still there? Maybe Mad Dog Russo, the sports talk thing? I don't know. Papa Shab says he looks like a turkey vulture without his wig. Do we know that's a wig? Do we know? Tilt says, I got to hear what Gutfeld says. Gutfeld has become a lot of people's go-to for like a good monologue. And, like, how do we feel about this? Gutfeld is the king of late night for a reason. Chevy Fan says that story sure brought in a lot of dono. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Don't act like I'm not thinking about it. I do a great fucking soliloquy. I do an entertaining time-passing show with really good riveting talk about Howard Stern. And it was fucking brilliant. Not a fucking dime. Not a dime. No, that's not true. Hulkamash a baby with $1. Says, I've said this before. Howard was the best producer ever. You don't talk about the good shit he did or his highlights. You talk about who he had on and who his co-hosts were. That is a phenomenal point and an important one to remember. Is that tell me your favorite Howard Stern bit that he himself did. That's a great point by Hulkamash. What's your favorite Howard Stern moment? Oh, remember when Beetlejuice did the... Oh. What's your favorite Howard Stern moment? Remember when he was on with Jackie and they were... Like, one of my favorite Howard Stern moments is when he fought with Jackie about the Cordoza Hotel. Jackie was getting favors done for him by hotels when he would go on trips and he would get free rooms and shit by dropping Howard's name. And these people were like advertisers on the show. So he's doing business with Howard's business partners behind Howard's back. And Howard was fucking pissed. And Jackie didn't understand why he couldn't do that. And it just made Howard angrier. Those were some of the best. I think the Artie, Sal, and Richard fights were really good. I thought that was some of the best stuff in Stern history. When they brought the creator of Ren and Stimpy on to confront Billy West because the John Krasinski or whatever his name was, they brought him on because Billy West decided to stay with Nickelodeon or whoever it was and do Ren and Stimpy, whereas the creator of it, who brought Billy on, was very difficult to work with, kind of a weirdo, a little fucked up, and Nickelodeon didn't want to deal with him anymore. So he was out, and if Billy would have walked, he thought they could have done Ren and Stimpy somewhere else. Billy stuck around, decided to do the voice of both characters. That guy kind of felt slighted, to say the least. And then Howard, without Billy West knowing, brought that guy on the show so that they could have it out. It was very uncomfortable. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Billy West left the show shortly after that. That was a great moment. But I think Hulkamash is right. Name your favorite Howard Stern show moment without naming someone else. Good point. Captain Joe with $20. Thanks for the jump start.
You want the gold, sucker? Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I appreciate that, buddy. That also puts Captain Joe at $60 for this week. Thank you. He says Howard was great in the late 90s. When he moved to satellite, not so much. I remember in broadcasting school, a lot of my instructors hated it. They couldn't stand Howard Stern. They were so happy when his ratings started faltering and when he had to move to satellite and everything. I remember they were thrilled. They were like, see, yeah, he's fucking falling apart and everything else. So, and then he made it another 20 years. So I think he kind of got the last laugh on that one. But I think the first couple years of satellite were good. I think it did reinvigorate Howard, and he was really creative. Thank you, Captain Joe. That puts you in 6th place. Here's how it looks, guys. Mayo Riot in first with 125. Ant in second with $80. Wally in third with 60. Captain Joe in fourth with 60. And in the cuck chair is Miss Tay with $55. It also puts us $260 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you very much. I appreciate Captain Joe and everybody's generosity. Grand Poobah says Adam Carolla is very underrated in the talk radio / podcast world. Is he? I feel like Adam Carolla still gets his kudos. I feel like Adam Carolla still gets a lot of respect in that way. I could be wrong. I'm not going to die on that hill or anything, but I feel like Adam Carolla, look, man, he was good. He when Howard left terrestrial radio, Carolla had a pretty good amount of success. Then he translated into the podcasting world very, very well. He was just, he had Loveline. I think a lot of people, the Man Show. Is Adam Carolla underrated? Because I feel like Adam Carolla kind of suffers from the same thing that Howard suffers from. The older he gets, the more boring he gets. And that's okay. Because as you get older, you do get boring. That's normal. That's called growing up. It's called being an adult. Helgi says Howard versus Chevy Chase. You know, I don't remember that. On a Wall says CC, I think he means Chevy Chase, someone else who's squandered his legacy. Oh, I don't know if Chevy Chase squandered his legacy. I think his legacy was well built by the 90s. I just think a giant fucking prick, I think, is Chevy Chase. I don't know if Chevy Chase ruined or squandered his legacy. I think Chevy Chase was a prick, is a prick, always will be a prick, and he had a lot of successful movies. I don't know, but yeah. What else are you going to do? Like when you do the vacation movies and Saturday Night Live and Fletch and all of these big hits that he had, what are you going to do to top that? It's not really much you can do. It's not like he's going to do something that's going to blow the vacation movies out of the water. According to Donald Glover, he's a fucking racist asshole too, which means you guys should probably like him, right? All right, 260 away from today's goal. Go ahead and help us knock it out. Good show today. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. You know, we're at about 700, and for a guy who killed the stream today and accidentally shut it off and had to restart it, and everyone had to re-find him, not mad at 700 today. I got to be honest with you. It's not our best numbers, but it's not bad for a guy who completely bottle fucked the stream earlier. Tilt1 says Chevy got paid Megyn Kelly money to fail. Yeah, I mean that real. Oh, Caddyshack. Jesus Christ, how do I forget Caddyshack? I think when a lot of these guys make a shitload of money, I don't think you can really say they were like they flopped or that's the thing about Howard. Like, yeah, we can say his legacy was shit and his COVID takes were horrible, but he made over $1 billion. He got $1 billion out of Sirius XM. That ain't a failure. Chevy Chase got paid huge money to be a fucking asshole. Hobo says, I like that he called Donald Glover the N-word all the time. No. And that's not Hobo being Hobo. He did that. Like, look up the Donald Glover Chevy Chase feud. Like, Chevy Chase would refer to Donald Glover and, like, he wouldn't call him directly the N-word, but he would, like, use the N-word around him. And then the more Donald Glover would say, don't do that, he would just keep saying it. It's old school as fuck. And by old school, I mean wildly disrespectful towards black people and racist. Gray Duckling with $75. Give that man an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Gray Duckling wants to avoid that tooth hurty like the plague. Thank you very much. That's the jump start we needed today. 190 away from today's goal. Thank you so much, Gray Duckling. Hey, guys, jump in there. Now's the time. That Howard bit was a success. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Fire it up. 7:30 and we're under 200. Keep it going. This is where Steel Toe is often faltered. We get the big one and then we coast. No coasting. 5s, 10s, 20s, 30s, 50s, 100s. Let's fucking go. Is this true, Hobo? He also called Shirley, the black chick on the show, a fat comfort girl. Oh, my God. Hold on a minute. I got to look. I'm rusty on my Chevy Chase. What was that? Community drama. There's got to be like a good YouTube video that explains the whole thing. Why Chevy Chase left. How bad. Here we go.
Hey, do you, this is back to the community days. You did that 6 years?
We did it for 6 years. We were canceled twice, but yes, we did it for 6 years.
Because the people, the fans brought it back in a way. Is that true or no?
Well, because when we were canceled the first time.
What the fuck happened to Joel McHale? Like during the Soup days and all that, he was mad. And I guess he had Community. So he had a good run. I guess they can't last forever, but I don't see Joel McHale anymore. That's the thing, like with the internet and the diversity of media, people can be like the most famous guy and nobody knows who they are. Like I always use Ethan Klein as an example. Ethan Klein is wildly successful, multi-millionaire, huge podcast. You go out in the real world, nobody knows who he is. You go outside a certain demographic, you go and ask like my parents or my aunts and uncles and all these people. You even ask my older cousins. You go, oh, Ethan Klein. They'll go, I have no idea. With some banker in your neighborhood, some Jewish guy, nobody knows who the fuck he is. But he's got a huge following and he makes a shitload of money. So I got to watch my tone. I mean, for all I know, Joel McHale is still massive and I just don't see him.
We went to Yahoo because Yahoo somehow did some analytics that the show was critically acclaimed and popular enough for them to try their streaming service, which they then blamed us and Paul Feig for shutting it down, which was
I mean, Paul Feig was the guy who did the 2016 Ghostbusters. For context, I am fine with Paul Feig being blamed for everything bad. I'm fine with Paul Feig being blamed for the AIDS epidemic, even though it was Fauci. And if you listen to Paul Feig talk, you would believe that he started the AIDS epidemic. But he's a heterosexual man's man. The guy who did the Ghostbusters 2016 movie can be blamed for just about everything, and I'm fine with it.
Fair, but I like to tell people I shut down an entire streaming service. That seems like something pretty cool.
But maybe you do talk about it, but I should just say it.
Chevy Chase?
Yeah.
Yeah, I talk about it all the time.
You do. I never heard you talk about it, but you know, he's someone I loved. I grew up with. I was like, this is my favorite. People used to say you kind of look like him if Chevy.
What? People say you look like Chevy Chase. You look like a guy who does a lot of guest spots on Law & Order SVU, but I would not say Chevy Chase.
And Barbara Eden had a baby, and I was like, cool, I like him.
Yeah.
I met him once. He was cool. And then when I heard all this stuff, I kind of got like, oh, fuck, man. Was he just a bastard on set? Did he just hate it? And like, there's a lot of thoughts.
Here's what I think about Chevy, and then Joel McHale can say what actually happened. I'll do the internet person thing where I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but I'll just run my mouth. It's worked out for me so far. I think Chevy Chase saw himself as above all of these people on Community. Donald Glover, Joel McHale. It was kind of a who the fuck are you? I'm Chevy Chase kind of thing. So he just acted like a dick. And he felt like he was entitled to act like a dick because who the fuck are these retards? They got to sit there and take it.
You read all the stuff that people say and you hear the media chatting about it. And then my theory was that in his world, he was like, I'm a movie star.
Yeah.
I've been a movie star for a long time. And now I'm a guy who kind of comes up and says a funny line and does whatever. And this isn't good enough for me. And I don't.
No. I disagree with that part. I think he thought these people aren't good enough to be here with me.
Like being here. But that's just my theory. But I don't know what happened. So anyway.
Well, I think there was probably exactly what you just said. He was someone that did not want to be there for the hours that we were keeping. And the hours were long. There was no doubt about that. And the hours were the hours because we were shooting a movie every week. It wasn't. It wasn't.
It is funny though that they all bitch about Chevy Chase and like Chevy Chase was it. Chevy Chase was a piece of shit. He didn't want to do it. But the minute they had to cast Chevy Chase out, the show failed. It is kind of funny that it's like fuck Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase is an asshole. Chevy Chase probably was an asshole. But as soon as he was gone, people were like, yeah, we have no fucking interest in this product anymore. You had one giant star, and yeah, now he's gone. And who's the other guy you got? Is he Black Panther? No, he's not Black Panther? Yeah, then I'm not. Is it Michael B. Jordan, right? No, it's not Creed? Oh, yeah, no, fuck him. Oh, he pretends to be a rapper sometime? So he's like a theater kid. Okay.
Documentary style.
It is gross when Donald Glover tries to be like an activist. It's like, shut up, Juilliard.
Or anything like that, except for one episode. And so he didn't like that. And there was no doubt, and I think he would absolutely agree, he sometimes could be in not great moods. And that did, so he would have to be kind of shot out. We'd have to get up.
You can tell the difference, and I'm sorry, but these are just the thoughts that are entering my head as I watch this. You can tell the difference between a good comedian and a comedic actor based on how they perform in situations like this. Joel McHale is a comedic actor. He needs to be given the lines. He needs to be given the motivation in order to be funny and put something funny out there, because he is a fucking bore on a podcast or whatever. Everything funny he's ever done has been written for him. This is like, I'm fascinated by this Chevy Chase thing, and I'm ready to tap out of this fucking clip because these two are so boring.
We have to get him out for the day because he didn't want to be there that long. And so that was a big problem.
Was that incredibly frustrating as the lead on the show? Did you ever have a conversation?
No, I was fine with it. It was totally cool, Fat Paul Rudd. It was totally... No, I loved that one of my co-hosts didn't want to be there and made everybody miserable.
Did they ask you to talk to him?
Oh, I would tease. I would go, I'm literally missing my children growing up right now. But that's fine. And
oh, so you were a passive-aggressive Hollywood cunt. I don't know how Hobo feels about this. I'm glad he brought up this Chevy Chase thing. But, I guess somebody brought up Chevy Chase. He just said the Comfort Girl story, and that made me want to read about it. I'm almost on Chevy Chase's side with this. He's in there. He's done so many movies. He's done so many TV shows. And now he's in here with a bunch of fucking postmodern, ironic, douchebag, fucking West Coast loser, asshole comedic actors, and he's supposed to give them respect and act like they're all on the same level when they're clearly not. And Joel McHale's like, I would say things like, I'm missing my children growing up right now. So passive-aggressive LA bullshit. So you were giving Chevy Chase, the legend, passive-aggressive LA bullshit, and you're wondering why he was in a shitty mood most of the time. Because he had to be around you fucking bums.
Yeah, I mean, he was so funny on the show. When you look at what was on camera, it's super funny. It's really good. But he was always, he definitely did not want to be there those hours. And I think there was he was a big, huge, obviously the biggest comedy star of the 80s. He was the highest paid at least.
Sure.
But between Vacation and Fletch and the zillion other movies he did, Caddyshack and all that.
Massive in the 90s too. They wanted to give him a late night show. They thought he was going to beat Carson in the early 90s. They gave him a fucking late night talk show. It didn't work out, but they gave it to him. You know how good you have to be for executives to go, we're going to take our shareholders' money and we're going to spend it on this guy because we think he can beat Johnny fucking Carson. That's how good Chevy Chase was.
I'm sure there was some of that, but I know he was being well compensated for it.
Right.
That said, you get someone like Alec Baldwin who did 30 Rock, who wasn't a, big, huge movie star for a long time and then, reinvented himself through that show.
Through hating Trump. Alec Baldwin reinvented himself through hating Trump, punching paparazzi members, all around being kind of a cool guy. I've said this before. I'm kind of team Alec Baldwin. The guy punches out paparazzi, threatens to hit comedians who tease him on the street as Donald Trump, threatens to beat up Palestinian Israeli protesters, and he killed a lady, and he just goes home. He shot a lady in the heart and killed her, and he just scot-free.
But, you know, it was unfortunate.
Alec Baldwin's a pretty cool fucking guy. He's got a weird wife who pretends to be from Spain, which is fucking odd. But then again, Emmanuel Macron has a wife who pretends to be a chick. So, you know, let's take it easy on the guy.
Chevy was, you know, then he left the show under quite crazy circumstances. So
right. Called Donald Glover the N-word and called a black lady his comfort girl. That's the... God, Joel McHale... Him on The Soup was great, but he is such a fucking pussy product of the fucking industry that raised him. Just fucking talk. Say it. You know who's got balls? Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. got on a stage in an audience full of Jewish Hollywood executives, and he said, Mel Gibson's the shit. Give this guy a second chance. He fucking rules. He helped me when I had problems. Fuck it. Mel's cool. In a room full of Jews. Robert Downey Jr. got up and went, Sieg Mel. That's fucking hardcore. Joel McHale, Chevy left under not the best circumstances. He called Donald Glover the N-word and said a fat black lady was his comfort girl. In other words, Chevy Chase was fired for being hilarious. If I had to work with a fucking pussy like this, I might be Chevy Chase too.
It was definitely, it could be tough some days. Other days he was great.
Did it sever the relationship with the other actors? Is there anybody who has a relationship with him, who has checked in with him, who still...
Yeah, he and Donald Glover golf, just not at Augusta National.
Sort of like, hey, you know, you didn't like being on the show, you retired, you were older, you whatever it is, or is it kind of severed?
I don't know. I called him a few years ago when I played him in a movie.
Nice.
I was so jealous of that because I thought I should play him.
Oh,
I was so jealous of you. I really was like, oh my God, Joel's so lucky.
Great.
Well, I was the right height. So
yeah,
technically...
I'm not that tall. I'm only 6 feet. Thanks for bringing that up. But
so,
yeah.
Did Joel McHale play Chevy Chase in the Saturday Night Live movie that Netflix did? Did I fucking miss that?
Well,
I watched
back.
that
He would
movie.
be much taller.
But Chevy had a bad back.
He did have a bad back.
There you go.
Yes.
Another reason why I thought I should play him.
Oh,
you two are unwatchable. Get the fuck off my screen. I wanted to know about the black comfort girl thing. Hobo, you're funnier than these guys. If you could go ahead and find me a link for that, I would really appreciate it because I like your story better. These two were awful. Hobo says Alec Baldwin had moments on 30 Rock, especially when he was doing Tracy Morgan. That's true. He does a good Tracy Morgan, too. Anonymous says goes home to his fake Spanish wife. That's the craziest part. Does anybody talk about that? Like, does anybody point that out? Hilaria Baldwin, she pretends to be from Spain. It's bizarre. You don't get to pretend to be from places. That would be like if I came on one day and I went, hey, we're going to go down the street, get some fucking cannolis. What do you think, my fellow Goombas? Welcome to the Steel Toe Show. That I would hope people would kill me for that. Concrete Petey says Danny DeVito refused to do movies. He found Sonny raunchy enough to want to work. That is true. Concrete Petey's right about that. Danny DeVito was in kind of a self-retirement, self-exile. And Always Sunny brought him out of that exile, which is kind of cool. I like stories like that. When something is so good to someone that when a project is so good, it goes, I will change the way I feel about working to do it. That's awesome. It adds something to the show, too. You can tell he loves doing it. Chips and Diff says, calm down, Aaron. You're upsetting Zitty. No, I'm sorry. He's dying. He's going away, unfortunately. Bapa Shab says, if anyone sees Joel McHale, please mask up and punch him in the jaw as hard as humanly possible. All right. I think that's enough. Hobo says, wow, I feel like Richard Pryor just said I was funny. I'm going to dine on this for weeks. Aaron thinks I'm funny. You're welcome, Hobo. I know that's all you wanted. Just a hug from Dad. Have you ever seen the clip? Speaking of Richard Pryor, have you ever seen where Chevy Chase called Richard Pryor's kid a hooker? And Richard Pryor embarrassed him on Johnny Carson? Chevy Chase, Richard Pryor. Yeah, they were on. And oh boy, did this one get uncomfortable.
Richard Pryor.
Because Johnny asked Richard about his son's talent show that he had coming up that Richard Pryor had to go see. And Chevy Chase he was the guest before Richard, and he decided to, do a little ad lib with Richard. This was around the time that there were rumors that TV stations, that NBC was talking about Chevy Chase possibly replacing Johnny Carson. Like even back in the 80s, NBC was ready to move on from Johnny because they thought he was getting old. Then Leno came along and they thought, now we got our guy. And then Letterman felt passed over because Johnny wanted Letterman to take over and blah, blah, blah. We have that whole thing. Watch The Late Shift. But in this clip, Richard Pryor calls out Chevy for having secret talks with NBC about taking Johnny's job. This is uncomfortable.
Do with it whatsoever, Mr. Carson. I was just told to come here and do this, and I'm here. Tomorrow night, as far as I know, it means nothing to me. Absolutely not. This is my cousin Vinny.
I want to see. There's a few spots here.
Really great. No, it's great. Okay, we're going to come right back and take another look at the
experience to have it happen. It was great because people in the hall go, "There's a lot of black people."
I think it's one of these peaks here. Here we go.
Now, all of those people obviously are not from Peoria.
Oh, yes, they are. I hired them to come in. And Peoria and Burbank are merging. Yeah, I go back. I'm going back Friday.
So here we go. This is where Richard tells Johnny this one of those little talk show stories about, I'm going back to my kid's talent show. And Chevy gets a little over his skis talking about Richard's boy.
Yeah.
To see my son in a talent show and spend Mother's Day with my grandmother.
Is he talented?
My son? No, he has no talent whatsoever. But you have to go and watch him and encourage him. He's a wonderful son.
What is he doing in the show?
He yodels and throws. Huh?
If you didn't catch that, Johnny asked Richard, "What does your son do in the show?" To wit, Chevy replied, "He's a hooker." Chevy Chase called Richard Pryor's son a hooker. Now, the backstory of this, Richard and Chevy didn't like each other, or at least Richard didn't like Chevy. Richard didn't like Chevy Chase. He thought Chevy Chase was a fucking prick. Chevy Chase didn't care.
Wonderful son.
What is he doing in the show?
He yodels and throws. Huh? What was it you said?
I didn't say nothing, man.
Oh.
Nothing. I just say nothing.
Yeah. You got to deal differently when you're dealing with those people.
I was going to ask you, why didn't you tell Johnny you was going to take over his show?
So Richard clearly did not like the hooker remark and says right on the show in front of a live audience, "Why didn't you tell Johnny you was going to take over his show?" It's uncomfortable. To which, and you'll watch Johnny during this. Johnny doesn't get uncomfortable. He loves this shit.
Oh.
Johnny's
I
laughing.
knew you'd bring that up, and Johnny and I, we discussed it, and neither of us care.
Yeah. That monologue you were doing with the chair is a perfect replacement for Johnny.
A lot of chair falls. My opening monologue will be a fall over a chair tonight. Thank you very much.
You guys better be big hits tomorrow night. I got mine.
Anybody else feel really uncomfortable?
I got mine.
You're all right.
I got mine.
We're screwed.
I got mine.
I'm home free.
Good. So am I. I love show business. That's the only reason I'm in it.
I love show business. That's the only reason I'm in it. As Dennis from Always Sunny would say, it's the implication.
Show business is your life, so to speak.
In a way.
In a way, certainly.
Yes.
Uh-huh. You gonna make another picture?
You fixing to give me these back?
No, I'm gonna keep that.
And that's the end of the icy, uncomfortable interaction between Richard Pryor and Chevy Chase. So even back in the 80s, people fucking hated Chevy Chase. They really didn't like them or didn't like him. It's pretty fucking bad. Where somebody said something about Paul Mooney that was really good, and I can't find it in the chat. And somebody said something really good. It's way up there now. God damn it. My bad. Richard Pryor might have tried to kill Paul Mooney. There was claims that he was going to hire one of his bodyguards as a hitman. Whoa. What's the deal between Paul Mooney and Richard Pryor? Because Paul Mooney wrote for Richard Pryor and he was his opening act. What's the issue? Papa Shab says Paul Mooney slept with Richard Pryor's son. They're all gay niggers. Whoa. What? I have never heard that Paul Mooney, like, are we talking molested his son or like he was of age and they had a gay relationship? Landers says even Pryor's own wife admitted that Pryor was fucking Brando's fat ass. I have heard that one. I have heard that Richard Pryor fucked Marlon Brando, which is such an odd pairing. That is, they're saying no, Richard Pryor's son was 14 years old. Oh, boy. Really? I always knew I didn't like Paul Mooney. There's something about that guy. I'm telling you. The Real Jack says Bill Murray and Chevy Chase got in a fight backstage on SNL. Yes, that one's true as well. That's been confirmed by both of them. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like Chevy Chase. Chevy Chase is a great example of if you go outside and you meet an asshole, you met an asshole. If you go outside and all you meet are assholes, you're an asshole. Which is why a lot of the Dabbleverse doesn't go outside, unfortunately. We got to put Gray Duckling in third place. Thank you, Gray Duckling, with that $75 from earlier. Let's put him. That's not the right symbol. There we go. $75. Putting Wally in fourth place at $60. And now Captain Joe at $60 is in the cuck chair. Miss Tay falling out at 55. There we go. We're all updated. Tay is now at $55. Hey, look at this. Walter, who is not real, with $25, says, great Howard Stern analysis. Give this to Miss Tay. Well, then fuck me. I'm wrong. Miss Tay is back up to $80. Oh, my God. I've got to do a lot of... Thank you guys so much for the big donations today. I appreciate it. So Miss Tay is now tied for second at 80. Gray Duckling is in in fourth at 75. I'm doing a lot of typing here. And now Wally at $60 is in the cuck chair. And Captain Joe at $60 is off the board. Oh, my goodness. Lot of changing of the guard there. Thank you very much, Walter, for the $25. Where does that put us now? 165 away from today. It's not even 8 o'clock, and we're at 165. Wow. Thank you guys so much. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Unbelievable, guys. Thank you. That one going to Miss Tay. All right. Let's go. This text coming in. You have to be gay. You have to do gay stuff to be in Hollywood. That's been a thing since before Shakespeare. Oh, so you have to butt fuck? That's the rule? If you don't butt fuck, you can't be in Hollywood? That would explain Glover then. Both of them. Both the Glovers. Donald and Danny. Lander says, Aaron, I think your shirt is giving me a brain seizure. Well, it is bringing in the dough today. Keep gifting those memberships. Keep throwing in those PayPals, those Rumbles, all of it. Keep throwing in all of it. You guys are doing amazing. Feeling good about today's show, except for the fact that I crashed the stream earlier by clicking. I got to stop saying I crashed the stream. I literally clicked stop streaming like a retard and had to restart a new stream. Great job, Aaron. Great job. 700 of you checking out the toe right now. We've been watching other channels that have less viewers than us get more thumbs up. So guys, hit thumbs up right now. Stop what you're doing. Not only hit thumbs up, but also give us $10. And then we'll be good to go. Papa Shab says Aaron is ready for his audition. I don't want to fuck anybody in the ass. Thank you very much. The Real Jack says Danny Glover looks like he has horrible breath. He does, like warm, expired breath. I completely get what you're saying. I've never thought about it before. But yes, Danny Glover does look like his breath smells like warm and stale. Like he doesn't drink enough water. I get it. I hear you. Do you guys know, like the only thing I know about this next person we're going to talk about is Eminem referenced her. I didn't even know it was a girl. In a song. In the song Kill Shot, he says about MGK, got more fans than you in your own city, little kitty, go play. Feels like I'm babysitting Lil Tay. I don't know who Lil Tay is, but apparently Lil Tay joined OnlyFans and made $1 million. I hate this. I don't know who Lil Tay is. I'm assuming because their name's Lil, they were like a child rapper. Which means that something horrific probably happened to them, so I don't want to give them too much shit because I'm sure they were abused. But now they've started an OnlyFans, and it's just so tragic. It's like Cash Me Outside and all these people. It's like these women who are going to have to live the majority of their lives without any kind of fame, and they take this shortcut. What is I thought it was a great line by Billy Bob Thornton in Landman, where he says she had a choice and she chose to take the shortcut, which is most times the longest fucking route. And I feel that way about these people who become OnlyFans people and make a shitload of money up front. First of all, it's going to be the classic bankruptcy trap because you'll make all this money up front, but you'll have no financial education whatsoever, and you will spend this money as if you're always going to make that money forever, 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 forever. And I can't think of shorter money than OnlyFans. I mean, fuck, even Amaranth is on her streams talking about how she doesn't make as much on OnlyFans anymore and it's causing money problems. All you have to do is as you grow, and I've learned this lesson the hard way, don't get me wrong, as your income grows, keep your fucking lifestyle. You know who did that very well? Jay Leno. Jay Leno never touched his Tonight Show money. He kept his same lifestyle. He lived the life he could support on his comedy money, on his touring money. That's what he bought the cars with. That's what he bought the motorcycles with. These people who they make a shitload of money. This happens to athletes all the time. They start making like $10, $15 million a year. And then they start spending. They start building a life, houses, cars, everything else. They start making these 20, 30-year financial commitments like they're going to be making $15 million a year that whole time. And they're just not. Like, especially if you're, say, a football player. You got 5 years maybe to make huge money. If you're like the best of the best, you got 5 years to have a nice, big, fat contract. And that's got to last the rest of your life. Like, you're going to be retired at 30, 35. You got 50 years that you got to make that shit work. These OnlyFans girls are the absolute worst because they get the money, they spend the money. And like, do you think these guys are giving you all this money for your personality? The minute your tits start to sag a little bit, or the minute another hot OnlyFans girl comes along, their money is finite. They're going to go somewhere else with it. And now you're going to be left with this giant 30-year mortgage on a $6 million house that you bought. Your OnlyFans is starting to crater. And now what? So it's like you could work on your music. You could work on your acting. You could work on building a career that might last a little longer. but you take the shortcut, and that's often the longest fucking road. And that's what's going on with this Lil Tay, who I guess she had a dad that was like, no, my daughter will never do OnlyFans. And this must be so sad because you've watched your daughter grow up in the public eye, and the minute some of these hoes turn 18, they're starting an OnlyFans. And it's like, oh, God, that means you were an irredeemable hoe before you turned 18, and you were just waiting. It's so tragic. It's sad that women are, like, some of these women are so stupid that they don't see that OnlyFans is just them being their own pimp in the sex trafficking business. They think it's empowering. They think it's, oh, I'm creating the content. You're still other people's whore for money. You know, you're just the pimp. You're the pimp and the hoe. It doesn't make the business you're in any better. It's still short money. It's still money. Nobody cares about you in the business, and nobody's looking out for you. And you're not educated enough to be able to handle it all yourself. So just watching these people take this shortcut of OnlyFans, knowing how the road's going to end. And now and then these parents, like, a child star is born of the perfect combination of absolute fame whore, vicarious living parents, and poor education. So this dad, they ask him about the OnlyFans. There's like, your fucking teenage daughter, dude, has an OnlyFans. What the fuck? Usually women like this end up this way because they don't have a dad in the picture. She has a dad in the picture, and they go, oh, are you going to fucking keep an eye on your daughter as she enters the world of basically fucking legalized sex trafficking? Lil Tay's dad, Chris Hope, says, nope, I'm not going to monitor it. I trust my daughter. She can do what she wants. He tells TMZ he's not aware of any porn or straight up nudity on the OnlyFans page, but he doesn't plan to keep an eye on it anyway. Just let her fall into this fucking world. And also, OnlyFans is just ripe for people who want to get parasocial, for people who want to get, I mean, this is how you end up with those fans who think that you're in a relationship. This is ripe for the stalkers. This is ripe for, unhealthy relationships, the whole deal. And like, good luck getting a good partner while you're flashing your pussy on OnlyFans. That's it's gonna narrow the field, if you will, and it's going to cause problems. No. Oh, by the way, Nova, you're good to go on Rumble. You can show up in the Rumble chat, buddy. He says OnlyFans bashing. LOL. Say hi, Keanu. God, you guys are just, shit like that is just gross. Like, I'm sorry, guys. It's just, maybe I'm just outgrowing you guys when it comes to the internet shit. It's just weird. Like everything someone says out of their mouth, you have to try and like harvest drama out of it. Does it get tiring? Because it is odd. I will say, I feel kind of not sorry for you. I don't care enough, but like, I look down on you in a way. Like, we're talking about something completely unrelated, and you feel so connected to these other people you've never met that you go, yeah, I bet you they think this way about it. They don't think about it, dude. I'm sorry. So that's weird that you went there. I'm just going to, maybe you can listen to what I'm saying, and you can go, oh, maybe I should kind of change my shit up a little bit. That does seem a little obsessive. Or maybe you won't. I would say you're probably going to lean towards the latter on that one. But, why would Keanu give a shit? I bet you Keanu would agree with me on the fact that this Lil Tay shouldn't be doing fucking OnlyFans. The social media star, and again, I have no idea who she is or what she does. I just know she was referenced in an Eminem song. The social media star caused waves over the weekend when she debuted her OnlyFans account, and then when she claimed she raked in $1 million in just 3 hours. See, now that's fucking perverts. I guess she just turned 18. That means you were fucking waiting, you creeps. You know, this is where I'm going to agree with Sam Show and Landers and Bappa Shab. The whole porn industry in general is designed to weaken the working class and break our brains and make us depressed and make us unhealthy. And it's just because It just exposes the worst of the worst and the biggest creeps, and it normalizes behavior that normally you should get fucking curb stomped for. It lowers our standards as a society. It desensitizes us. It makes us less motivated to go out and find partners. I am 100% with Sam Show and Bappa Shab and Landers and these guys when they talk about pornography. It is an organized psyop, because look at this. We're normalizing creepy, fucking fat, neck-bearded white guys on the internet fucking waiting for a girl to turn 18, when in reality, we should be waiting with a fucking shovel for guys like that. Oh, she just turned 18. She started an OnlyFans. That's fucking pedo behavior. I'm sorry. Just because she's now technically legal, it means you were waiting for this moment when she wasn't. Ugh. And then these women. They've been convinced by the porn industry. They've been convinced by these demons in this industry that somehow this is empowering for them. We're empowering them. Yeah, open up your pussy to the point we can see your fucking kidneys. It's empowering. Give away every intimate detail of your body that's supposed to be for you and a partner. It's fucking empowering. It's gross, man. I'm uncomfortable and I'm disgusted with myself for how I allowed my wife to fucking behave while she was on this show. I should have kept her away from that completely. She behaved like a rank fucking slut sometimes, and I allowed it, and that's fucking disgusting on my part. So I'm teaching you this lesson from a guy who learned the hard way. Value your relationships. Keep shit private. Don't show shit off for strangers who don't fucking matter and don't give a shit, and a lot of times find it weird. So the porn industry has convinced these stupid, wayward hoes that showing your fucking guts to the entire world or fucking on camera is somehow empowering. No, it's giving up a very special piece of yourself. For what? Money and exposure. The devil's gasoline, if you will. The devil's motivations. We're going down a dark path, and I worry that we're already too far gone. I don't even want to type this in. Who owns OnlyFans? A Ukrainian-American billionaire, Leonid Radvinsky. Leonid Radvinsky. Fuck. Say it with me. Say it in the chat. Go ahead. Say it in the chat. What's the phrase? Don't say the no. What's the phrase? I want to see if anyone gets the phrase of the person who owns OnlyFans. It's got to be a conspiracy. Thank you, Ryobi. Every time. Every fucking time. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, I want to yell at Bappa Shab. I want to yell at Sam Show. I want to yell at Landers every time they get into this shit. But, like, they're kryptonite to me. They just hold it up to me. They go, look it up then, fucker. And then I look it up. I'm like, yeah. I mean, do you want to be Bonnie Blue? Because that's what it is. It's all Bonnie Blue. Everyone, I get I don't like seeing these women go and criticize Bonnie Blue. These other OnlyFans people, they criticize Bonnie Blue. You're all Bonnie Blue. It's all just a matter of degree. Oh, she took 1,000 dicks on her OnlyFans. You took 2. You went on camera and showed people your pussy and let a guy plow you and show a bunch of fucking perverts who whacked off to it. How are you any better? It's just a matter of degree. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm mad about this one. And again, this is another one where having kids changes your outlook on this big time, because if I didn't have kids, I bet you I would be someone who would be like, who cares? Whatever they want to do, it's fine, blah, blah, blah. Not anymore. Not anymore, because this kind of stuff, it just becomes such a social pitfall. And I think it's intentional. I think it's meant to weaken us. I mean, to see how many men who have just destroyed their potential because they can't stop fucking beating off, or how many women who have destroyed their own potential and their own happiness so that they could show their fucking reproductive system from the outside in to strangers on the internet because they can make a couple of bucks. It's demonic. It really is. It's fucking demonic, man. Unbelievable. Phantom X says, to be fair, Bonnie Blue is reducing the school shooter numbers by doing what she does. The male loneliness epidemic is healing. Oh, because they all have the same girl. See, I would argue that the Bonnie Blues of the world and the pornography makes the school shooting thing way worse. Way worse. It's Nova says Aaron hates women, confirmed. What do you mean? I couldn't love women more. I want to see them stop doing this shit. I want to see them fulfill their potential. I want to see, I don't know, like, it's hard being a millennial because you saw the greatness of the United States of America and you watched it go away as the internet grew. And that's really difficult to process. It's hard because you saw a better day and that day isn't there anymore. And you're watching people, like, everybody before millennials watched human evolution progress. And I really do remember, I do feel like millennials are the first generation that watched evolution go backwards. And it's very, very sad. Anonymous says the internet was a mistake. Probably. Magic Marlin with 199 says, Gino 1500, internet friend Roots 500, and Johnny 50. I have never watched someone get three things wrong back to back to back so quickly. Unbelievable. Everybody, take a look at Magic Marlin's post. It is a world record for the toe. They got three things wrong back to back to back. That's remarkable. Thank you, Marlin, and thank you for being obsessed with the toe. Hey, guys, we're only 165 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Do us a favor. We've had some 25s, some 20s, even a 75 today. Let's have those big chunk plays, huh? We're close. Few 20s here, few 50s there. We got this thing. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah, Bapa Shab reminding me it was $2 for Johnny. Yeah, Johnny got... No, wait, I thought we agreed that Johnny paid me $50 to do the anniversary show. Hey, Magic Marlin, I will do this again. I will apologize one more time. I'm really sorry we had a successful event, and I'm really sorry that people really enjoyed themselves. Even your people who came there to stalk it on behalf of someone who legally can't do that. Yikes. By the way, nice cope on breaking the law and then pretending someone who didn't did. That's really good. I mean, you really did a great job coping with the fact that you overstepped and you fucked up. But don't worry, it's being remedied. But yes, I'm sorry we all had a great time. I'm sorry we forced you all to cope for 2 weeks, but you can probably let it go now. As much as I do enjoy watching the toe win without even acknowledging it, you really, it really has gotten to the point where even people who don't like me think you're pathetic. But don't stop on account of me. All right, guys, now we got to learn about something. We have to learn about our biases. And our biases are very, very important because if we don't track our biases, if we don't confront our biases, and we don't learn how to live together in harmony, how are we supposed to reach our post-racial, post-modern, graying utopia? So you guys may have heard some terrible stereotypes about black people and swimming. And, you know, to be quite honest with you guys, I don't want to repeat them here. It's too offensive. But you may not know this, but there are stereotypes about black people in swimming. There's now a word for it. And thank you to CBS News for teaching us that word. And that word is aquatic segregation. That's right. You may think to yourself, well, black people just don't like swimming. It's not something they were exposed to when they were younger in large numbers like white people or whatever. You may think that, hey, you know, some people like some things, some people don't. A lot of black people not real big on swimming. Apparently, you're not allowed to just have things that certain groups don't like. You're not allowed to like notice things racially that maybe people aren't interested in. There has to be a racism or a bigotry or a segregation attached to every coincidence. This is a big sign of cultural Marxism, by the way, is just scream bigotry, scream racism, scream segregation, constantly play the victim, put the society you want to destroy, put it on the back foot, make it defensive, and then while you're claiming to be discriminated against, attack. So be victim and attacker at the same time. That's classic cultural Marxism. So this next story is about something called aquatic segregation. It's not that black people don't like swimming or that culturally it's just not a thing in the black community. It's that these evil whites are stopping them. You remember when you would get in a pool when you were a kid and all the people at the pool were like, ew, black kids, get out of here. You'll get Jerry curl grease all over the pool. You remember when we all did that and we forced black people to stay out of the pool back in the 90s? Oh, yeah, all the time. Well, CBS is on to us, you dirty white devils.
Tamika Bostic is trying something new. The 42-year-old is taking swim lessons for the first time.
That's actually okay. So far, this story starts out really cool. A 42-year-old taking swimming lessons. I think that's great. It shows that as you're getting older, you're still adding new skills. I think that should be applauded. That's awesome. You're learning how to swim in your 40s. Good. So we can choose to make this a very wholesome story about how at 40 years old, you can still learn new things. Cool. Let's see what direction we go.
City Housing Authority, so we really didn't have that much access to pools.
Bostic also wants her 2 daughters to feel safe in the water.
It is a basic.
Oh, there's no sharks in the pool. You'll be fine. You can be safe feel safe in the water. Where, like, even in the 60s, there weren't a lot of pool lynchings, I don't think.
Life skill that everybody needs to have. You know, there is a stigma, black people can't swim.
Paulana,
as Chevy Chase once said, oh, people don't say that about you as far as you know.
Lamanier has been hard at work since 2020 trying to change that. With her side hustle turned not-for-profit, Black People Will Swim.
That's a creative name. I actually like that name, Black People Will Swim. It's not like they're not trying to be overly complicated about it. They're just going, oh, Black People Will Swim. Okay, I know what that app is about.
Lane over there. Black children are 5 times more likely to drown compared to our counterparts. And 6 out of 10 black kids don't know how to swim. And so this is where Black People Will Swim comes into play.
It is weird, isn't it? Like 6 out of 10 black people can't swim. But like if you go, oh, like most black people can't swim. Like if you say that, people are like, oh, that's a racist stereotype. It's like, well, which one is it? Is it a racist stereotype? Or can most black people not swim? We're not saying it like you're bad people. We're not saying it like you're evil. White men can't jump. They made a fucking movie. Can't make a movie called Black Guy Can't Swim. No. The reason that you say white men can't jump is that for a lot of, compared to black people, especially in general, white men can't jump, but black men can't swim. These aren't mean things to say. These are just funny little jokes we use to, in a way, get closer to each other.
Bringing that number down to 0.
Laminier's company partners with other organizations providing scholarships to make lessons affordable at pools in local communities.
Thank you.
Nonprofit Outdoor Afro is offering financial assistance for a 3rd straight year. Its founder, Roomap.
We want all people to have access to the water, and Outdoor Afro is here to do its part for the Black American community.
Awarding more than 3,000 swimmerships to people like Bostic, outfitting new swimmers with a life-saving skill.
Because no child, no one in America should have any barrier to connecting to water.
Jared Ochacha.
Yeah, I mean, but like, this is what I hate about these kind of stories, and they're calling it in the story aquatic segregation. Let me show you the headline there. Black swimmers teach others amid history of aquatic segregation. Nobody's stopping you from going in the water. I hate how like a hopeful story, a nice story. This is a nice story. Black people want to learn how to swim. Here's a nonprofit that takes away any financial barrier to black people learning how to swim. That's wonderful. That's great. You know, white people have been, oh God, here we fucking go. Like, this is what's stopping people from like uniting and being closer and everything else. It's like you take something nice, you take something good. Like, hey, black people want to learn how to swim. That's fucking great. I think that's awesome. If you white people would let them, here we go. We're not stopping anybody from swimming. And I don't think black people think that white people are stopping them from swimming. Black people aren't like, oh, these whiteys, you know, they're not letting us swim. That's not a thing. And these, you know, and white people aren't like, oh, black people are learning how to swim. That's terrible. Like, that's cool. It's fine with me. It's just, the media puts forth these stories and like, you could be wholesome, you could be nice, but there has to be a struggle. There has to be a fight. There has to be a conflict at the end. And unfortunately, a lot of times the media will take black people and white people who have a lot in common with each other and pit them against each other. It's fucking evil. Eric Cartman with $1 says, Aaron, based on your mindset, that makes Keanu a dirty little whore, or are you just a hypocrite? I think you're just too locked into this shit. Like, you're reading it. We're talking about Lil Tay, and you're like, Keanu doesn't have an OnlyFans right now. And also, the obsession with Keanu is weird. This is the Steel Toe Show. I don't hang out with Gino and Keanu every day. They have their own life. I'm going to reach you guys at some point because I know I'm right. The whole world knows I'm right. You guys you're convinced of whatever it is you're doing. Eventually, I'm going to connect with you guys and I'm going to reach you and you're going to get old enough. I think as you get older and you grow up, you're going to realize I really do sound fucking retarded when I obsess over this shit. It's parasocial and it's weird. You will get there eventually. It's always tough when you're right about something, but the people you're right about are still kind of going through the process. I mean, believe me, I've been there a million times. People have told me stuff and I'm like, whatever. And then you realize they're right. Everybody learns eventually. Might go, or they just don't go outside anymore, which is also kind of sad. That's a waste of human potential. Might go with $1 says, punchline, take your foot off his head. Why? Why do we have to do that? Why is that necessary? Come on, man. Sodium Soldier with $5 says Lil Tay. Lil Tay treating OnlyFans like a pump and dump crypto. She's only sold pre-orders. Oh, so she hasn't produced any content yet. Well, good. Then there's time for her to get the fuck out. Get out. Get away from the OnlyFans shit and go take their money and run. I have no problem taking those people's money and getting the fuck out of there. I have no issue with that. Like, if she took all those suckers, I think those guys need to be ripped off. I think we need to rip these creepy, pervy guys off, and hopefully it'll teach them a lesson. Maybe. 09 Canyon says, I think it's usually just that if you never learn to swim, you aren't going to make swimming lessons a priority for your kids, so they never learn, so their kids never learn. Yeah, that's a big part of it too. I think that, and I also think in the black community, there is something to be said about, you know, you're not near lakes and shit like that. You grow up in a city a lot of the times, and it can be expensive to take swimming lessons. Tim the Toolman Taylor with $5 says, can you do a There Will Be Blood remix with Black People Will Swim quotes? I don't know what, like a swim teacher, like a black kid drowns at the pool. I've abandoned my student. I don't know. How do you do Daniel Plainview with that? We're kind of shoehorning at that point, aren't we? I have swim floaties and you have swim floaties and my swim floaties swim all the way over. And you know what? Give me a little time. I can punch up a script for you. How's that? I teach your black child how to swim, Eli. Give me the water, Lord. I want to go in the water. I want to learn how to swim, Lord. Is that good? Do we like that? Is that good enough for 10, 15, 20 bucks? Is that? Tim the Toolman Taylor says, keep it going. If you don't learn how to swim, I can't take you out in the boat and make it blow gold all over this place. Fucking stupid. Hey, is Trayvon all right in the water? No, he is not. Rexstart parody account with a good point on the Miss Tay ripoff thing. He says, yeah, rip off a bunch of creepy, sexually frustrated, unbalanced stalker types. What could go wrong? All right, that's actually probably a good point. Nomo says, Nomo says I don't have to change the line. He says, I've abandoned my boy. That's true. You can just say that. Ryobi, a bastard in a pool. A bastard in a life jacket. That's all you were when I found you and I taught you how to swim. You were a bastard in a life jacket. You have none of me in you. A bastard in a life jacket. A bastard in a... Oh. Yo, teacher, how we go? Yo, I just took a dookie in the pool. How we going to clean it? Drainage, Trayvon, you stupid boy. Drainage. I drain the pool. We suck up the water. We suck up the blood from lambs. There. How's that? How's that for you requested for $5, there will be blood as black people swimming in a pool. How's that? Eric Cartman with $1. Dude, this is becoming a mental illness for you, brother. You're better than this. Says, Aaron, how many times have you watched the free video of Kiki masturbating herself? And if you say none, you're a liar. I didn't know she had one. And dude, you gotta come off it. I don't think anybody who's a regular fan of this show thinks what you're doing isn't fucked up and creepy. I'm trying to help you, buddy. I'm trying to help you. I'm like the internet's rehabilitation clinic. If you want to come here to get better, you come to Steel Toe. My mama said that black people can't swim because they got all those teeth and no toothbrush. I believe that's what the line is. Oh. Chips and Diff says, swim, the patty roller gets you, swim. It's not how it works. All right, yeah, King Kong Dong says, what the fuck, Cartman? Yeah, again, I'll rehabilitate these people eventually. Crowder Wears Panties says, no. Oh, who gives a shit? You guys are talking about weird gay internet shit. We're doing imagine you're sitting here watching a fucking killer episode of Steel Toe go down and you're like, God, but there's an internet guy with 50 viewers. Guys, you gotta figure it out. 160 away from today's goal. I cannot be more impressed with how you guys have come alive today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, keep it going. You know what we haven't done yet? Rumble gifted memberships. We are closing in on 400. Let's see if we can get there before any of the big drop-offs this month. Go ahead and gift them up. I believe we're 88 away from 400. Thank you guys so much for your never-ending support of the Toe. 160 away from today's goal. I got to tell you, I love doing shows with Johnny. I really do. But when you're in the fucking zone and you're doing shows like we're doing today, God, some of these solo shows can be a lot of fun. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share. We appreciate it. Jim Acosta did something really creepy 2 days ago. I believe this was Monday. I don't know if this is just Jim Acosta getting a little too excited with new technology, playing around with AI. I don't want to attribute the worst machinations, the worst motives to people. But Jim Acosta does have a track record of being a fucking wormy cunt parasite. He did this thing where the father of one of the Parkland shooting victims created an AI of his son. And now to get these AI versions of people you know to talk, you have to program them. And this dad basically programmed his dead son's AI to advocate for gun control. And first of all, the dad is really fucking sick for doing this. I mean, to bring back a facsimile of your son, but only so that you can program it to talk about gun rights and gun control and shit like that. It's like, if you lost your child, first of all, you shouldn't want to bring back a fake version of them. You want to remember them how they were. I mean, I can't imagine losing one of my that would break me. You would never see. If I lost one of my children, you'd never fucking see me again. Like, I would be that would take a long fucking time. That would be like, judge this how you want to. If you have children, you can judge it. If you don't, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You can keep your opinions to yourself. But if something like that happened, it would be sell the house, sell the car, probably, honestly move in with a loved one for a while, because psychologically that's going to fucking destroy you. So I can't imagine what this guy's going through. It's got to be terrible. But like, to not only to create an AI version of your kid, but also to then program it to say shit that backs up your political point of views. I can't think of a way to cheapen the memory of your child more than to do this. And then to loan out this AI monstrosity Frankenmonster you've created to Jim Acosta so that they can propagandize about guns. It's fucking gross. This is so Joaquin Oliver is the kid's name. And Jim Acosta interviewed an AI version of Joaquin. I can't imagine. First of all, Jim Acosta has a podcast. This is the first time hearing about it. Second of all, people watch it. It'll be interesting to see, with no more USAID and no more funding for NPR and PBS. It'll be interesting to see how many shows and podcasts go away, because I wonder how many of them have been getting government money under the table to propagandize to the American people. At any rate, Jim Acosta interviewing an AI dead school shooting victim. This is gross.
I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
It doesn't matter. He's not real. You're asking a computer program what their solution is.
Great question. I believe in a mix of stronger gun control laws, mental health support, and community engagement. We need to create safe spaces for conversations and connections, making sure everyone feels seen and heard.
This, like, as a parent, this angers me. Like, this really turns a fucking dial up to 11 for me. That you would do this and then program it to, and not even program it to sound human. You're programming it to just spit out talking points. And you probably had to give Jim Acosta questions in advance so he could ask them, like Dr. Lanning in iRobot, like Ed Cromwell's character. You had to ask the right questions. This is evil, man.
It's about building a culture of kindness and understanding. What do you think about that?
I think that's a great idea, Joaquin.
You're not talking to a person, Jim. This is just shameless propaganda. I'm not even doing this and I feel dirty for watching it. Ugh. That is, just creepy as fuck. Chips and Diff says his Jim Acosta logo is exactly like the late night logo. That's what I'm saying. Like, how much of this stuff is like being paid for under the table? Dead Game says, that's propaganda at its fucking utmost lowest form, says Dead Game. It is, man. It's really bad. Eric Cartman says, that's Rosie Aaron, not Jim. Oh, that's Rosie O'Donnell? God damn it. I knew she transitioned. Son of a bitch. Hobo says, Aaron, you should be executed for using an iRobot reference. Hobo, I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It's the goddamn robots, John. Is that better? How's that? Yeah, Rexstart parody account with a great point. It's not even that good of AI. Rexstart says, that reminds me of Conan interviewing the Arnold Schwarzenegger picture. Kind of. And then Atomic Ray says, laughing my fucking ass off, wondering how much of our money they are spending on hacks. That's why I only let you guys voluntarily spend your money on a hack. And I have to say, I appreciate it. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, hey, boss, did you hear or talk about this? It's gonna suck. The YouTube feature where you have to prove your age to watch certain things. Yeah, we did the age verification feature. We did talk about that on yesterday or Monday's show. Thank you for the $5, buddy. I appreciate that. Ryobi with $1 says Kim Kardashian's dead dad showed up at her birthday party years ago. Yeah, they've done like the, what do they call it? Holograms. They did the holograms at first. Tupac showed up as a hologram. I sound like a boomer when I say, oh yeah, he showed up as one of them holograms. That's when Lauren Holly shows up and gives you a message at your door. It's a hologram, you see. It's a holly. I'm making Hobo's head explode right now with this shit. Hobo says, now stop cussing. All right, you know what? Hey, you're right, Spoon. You're right. I'm going to go home and I'm going to stop cussing. How's that? 155 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. We are in such a good place right now. Knock it down. Just keep knocking it down. I want to have one of those days where the goal starts good and stays good. You guys have been so great today. One day, just please do it this way. Please keep it going. Thank you. Eric Cartman writes, Aaron, you're not asking the right questions. You know what? I don't like that you guys didn't like. You guys are starting to learn now. I'm starting to educate you. You didn't like that I did an iRobot quote. So now instead of bitching about it, you're spitting iRobot quotes back at me to show me how fucking awful it is. You guys realize that raging at me doesn't work. I just spit it back at you. But if you hold up a mirror, then I see who the real enemy is. I just, I want to be mad, but I'm so proud of you guys for finally figuring it out. Thank you. All right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's get on a gifted membership train and let's get that 150 KO'd. With 2 hours left in the show, I would love that. So, Jesse P.S., who I think is one of the most underrated talents out there. I think Jesse P.S. is a really, really funny guy. He made his own AI Adam Lanza. Who is the, if you don't remember Adam Lanza, he's the Sandy Hook shooter. And, Jesse P.S. could have made fun of Jim Acosta by making an AI school shooter thing and just being crass or whatever about it. But the brilliance of Jesse and what makes Jesse so underrated is that he created the AI school shooter and actually programmed him to make really good, cogent social points. Like Adam Lanza comes off as far more likable than the school shooter victim guy does. This is Jesse's clip. Let's just watch it uninterrupted. I thought this was not only hilarious, but poignant as well. It actually made me, if I would have thought this was the real Adam Lanza, I would have said, wow, this kid's got a good head on his shoulders.
Adam, I would like to know what your solution would be for gun violence.
Great question, Jesse. By the way, big fan. My solution would be to stop giving children SSRIs. Perhaps if we just ask the intelligence community to stop, they will. Probably not, though.
So I hate that Adam Lanza looks so sad afterwards. Like he starts his answer with so much hope. He's like, we should take kids off these SSRIs and these psychoactive drugs, and that maybe if the CIA and the intelligence community would stop drugging and brainwashing our children, maybe we could end these school shootings. Maybe we can get them to do that. And he's so hopeful. And then at the end, probably not, though. Bravo. It perfectly highlights the fucking retardation of what this is. Just this absolute, I hate that they give us so little credit. Like the way they try to brainwash us is so simple. It's just like, it's so, they don't even respect our intelligence when they brainwash us. Like, they brainwash us in a way that makes me think that they think we're all retarded. And maybe we are. Maybe this shit works. Maybe there's a whole segment of people out there who saw this Jim Acosta school shooter victim AI interview and went, wow, that's a great point. We really should change the way we look at gun rights in this country. Maybe that is the case. Maybe we don't deserve more respect. But it just seems like sometimes that with the brainwashing they do, it's just, how stupid do you think we are? But then I guess it works. And the answer is, as stupid as you are. I think Jesse is, I think Jesse's a treasure. I do. I think he does a great, and that was, as we call, perfect, perfect satire. Perfect satire. 155 away from today. Throw it in. Call it a win for the toe. Thank you guys very much. Brooke Hogan called into Bubba the Love Sponge's show and talked to Bubba. Bubba has been making a lot of hay. Bubba has been making a lot of news. Bubba has been getting his name out there a lot on the heels of Hulk Hogan's death. And, coming from radio, coming from media, I get it. I understand it. Some people might think it's crass. Some people might think it's, you're kind of, getting yourself more fame on Hulk Hogan's corpse. But, like, if Bubba doesn't do it, somebody's going to. And Bubba knew Hulk Hogan for a very long time. He's probably more qualified than anyone else in the media to talk about Hulk. And I guess Brooke Hogan called into his show the other day and dropped some pretty serious bombshells, one of them being she's suspicious about Hulk's death. She apparently, Brooke Hogan believes that there's more to Hulk Hogan's death than they're reporting. This is from the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Went through all the surgeries together, and we'd take shifts. And that's what has me puzzled because, they're saying, oh, he had leukemia. And I'm like, I saw his blood work every time. One doctor, I quote, said, his blood is like a 25-year-old. I mean, he took.
Well, that's because he's been, he's got a 25-year-old wife. I mean, they keep you young in that regard.
The most care of his body and his blood. I mean, he was going to an anti-aging specialist, and what also, just being through all the surgeries, you have to do a blood panel before any major surgery. How did nobody catch, a high white blood cell count? That's what bothers me the most, and I'm like,
oh, so I don't think that she's saying that she thinks someone might have killed Hulk or anything like that. I think, look, when a loved one dies and they die mostly from, the care they get in the hospital, because Hulk did, he had renal failure after a neck surgery, and they basically had to make him as comfortable as possible at home, and he lived in a hospital bed for the last month or so of his life at home. You have nothing but all the time in the world to kind of theorize about what happened and all that. I have an aunt, my godmother actually, she had lupus. And she was in her 60s, and she was having kidney problems and other kind of problems. And they had to do a biopsy. And she bled out during the biopsy, and she died. And it's very sad, very tragic. And when it happens and it's unexpected, you go, oh, what did the hospital do wrong? What did they do that? What did they do that? Blah, 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 blah. Like, it's kind of, I think it's just part of the grieving process. And eventually you settle on, well, shit happens. They call it practicing medicine. They don't have the shit down. So, yeah, during Hulk's surgery, he's a 71-year-old man. He's had a shitload of back and knee surgeries. He has another surgery. I mean, the more you go under the knife, that's just more opportunities for something to go wrong. And Hulk's been operated on dozens of times, maybe over 100 times in his life. So, I mean, maybe something was bound to go wrong eventually. So when she asks all these questions about why didn't they catch a high white blood cell count, why didn't they catch this? I understand what she's saying. Like, this looks fucked up, this looks weird. But what it's probably attributable to is the fact that sometimes hospitals don't do it perfect. And when you don't do it perfect and you got a guy who's 71, there's a higher risk chance that bad shit could happen.
We don't have cancer that runs in our family. it seems weird.
And then the kidney dialysis curveball, that came out of nowhere. The medical report was released, and then the St. Pete Times broke it down, and his doctor, was it Fitzgerald, Lummy?
Gerald Fitzgerald.
Gerald Fitzgerald. He did.
No, his doctor's name was not Gerald Fitzgerald. That lock his parents up. How the fuck do you not know what your last name is before you name your kid? Gerald Fitzgerald. Okay.
The initial report on what caused the death, and then the medical examiner just took his word for it and said, he didn't do a report. Dan, it says right there on the death certificate, not applicable.
Right.
Meaning there was no case number, meaning the medical examiner did not look at the notes that the regular doctor did, and then the no autopsy.
Okay, but what does that mean? That doesn't necessarily mean that there's something nefarious afoot here with Hulk Hogan's death. It just means that, and again, you guys live in Florida, where I got this fine shirt, by the way. I mean, Florida, where does Florida rank in terms of medical care in the country? I don't think it's near the top.
And so, and people think I'm crazy, and this is your father we're talking about, but I don't necessarily, it's tough for me to say this, but I think that there's a chance there might have been a bad guy in the woodpile.
I see. I don't buy that. What, somebody wanted to kill Hulk Hogan? Surgery number 500. They decided this is the one where we're going to put him in renal failure. I know, it was that goddamn Kevin Sullivan, the Taskmaster. It was the Dungeon of Doom. Finally led to the death of Hulkamania all this time. I don't buy it. Look. I've had relatives who have died because bad shit happens in hospitals. Either mistakes get made, or there's a low percentage chance that some fucked up shit happens, and that just happens to be the one operation where the fucked up shit happens. Like my aunt. I think they say 8 to 10% of people bleed out, or there's an 8 to 10% risk of bleeding out during a biopsy, and my aunt happened to be one of those people.
Do you think it's weird that no autopsy was performed? Because yes, you can have a heart attack, but what was the reason for the heart attack is the question. Because if he
Well, I think because they had him on bed rest and he was in renal failure ever since the operation. If they can put a point A to point B to the cause of death, they don't perform an autopsy on everyone. They do it in situations where they don't understand how the person died or what the circumstances surrounding it were. I think in this case, he had an operation. He went into renal failure. They kept him in the hospital for a while. Then they sent him home, and he died a couple weeks or a month later. I don't know if you would do an autopsy for that.
Up and doing breathing exercises and stuff, that means that the surgery on his heart was a success and it was working. For me, the no autopsy and the leukemia out of nowhere hits me as BS, because...
You never heard that diagnosis before?
She never...
No.
Really?
Maybe Hulk didn't even know he had it until after. I don't know.
And I would be surprised that a surgeon would work on somebody with leukemia or somebody that would see a high white blood cell count and not do further investigation first.
I don't know. Maybe she's right. Maybe there is something fucky here, but it seems remarkably far-fetched. See, Nova says, you don't bleed out from biopsy, Aaron. They lied to your family. Yeah, it was a conspiracy. Giant conspiracy. Easy Money's wife gifting a membership over on Rumble. Thank you very much. 150 away from today's goal. Father Justin Queso got gifted that membership. What do you say you pass that one along? Let's keep her going, guys. 150 away from today's goal. Okay, I don't mean to press you, but we're in that realm that we always get in, where I feel safe and the goal is in good shape, and it is. But this is where I get fucked over, and this is where I end up begging from 10 to 10:45. Keep pushing it. Keep going. We can't let this thing go cold. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. No, Eric Cartman, this is not a tumor, and it's not sending me to the hospital. I just have to make Nova look silly here. Bleeding is a common complication of biopsies, rarely life-threatening in individuals with normal clotting function. However, people with abnormal clotting functions are at higher risk of death during biopsy. My aunt was taking blood thinners. Like I said, she had lupus. She was in bad health. That's what happens sometimes. It's rare. It's not very common, but it does happen, Nova. I'm sorry. Sorry, pal. It shouldn't really be like, it should affect me more than it affects you, but this is a very important point for you. I'm sorry I'm right and you're wrong. I apologize. It happens. Hey, next time I might be wrong, you might be right. Brian M. says Hillary did it because Hulk Hogan spoke at the Republican convention for Trump. There, you know what? That's what Hillary killed Hulkamania. Jive Turkey becoming a member for 38 months. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. A little bit of that Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Get that 150 down a lot lower. That would be awesome. So then Brooke Hogan went on to say on Bubba's show, thank you, Silver Wolf, for the $2. Says lupus, she was a werewolf? I got silver bullets. No, not. It's not what lupus is. But I appreciate your enthusiasm for vengeance. That's very nice of you. And thanks for the $2. Everybody start throwing in a little bit, and we don't have to worry about slowing down towards the end of the show. We got that big Gray Duckling and Walter rally. You guys go ahead and keep pushing it. Click those links, and let's keep the good times going for the toe. So now, in this next clip, Brooke, I don't know if this brought Bubba some kind of peace, but you remember the whole sex tape controversy. Hulk was going through a tough time. Bubba was in an open marriage, and he let Hulk Hogan have sex with his wife. Now, this is not something any of us would have found out about. It's not something any of us should have found out about. It's none of our business. But it got filmed. Bubba has security cameras in his house, and it filmed it, and somebody leaked it. Gawker published it. Hulk Hogan sued Gawker, won $100 million, and then shut down Gawker, essentially. A lot of people blamed Bubba for the tape getting out. Bubba, to this day, maintains he was innocent. I think people have accused a few different people. Manson from Bubba's old staff, who's Ned, I think is his name. He's been accused of being the one who leaked it. And Mike Calta is the other one that Bubba... the most recent thing I've heard is that Bubba thinks Mike Calta, another radio guy in Florida, leaked the sex tape and made it public. It's also the tape that included Hulk Hogan, talking to Bubba's wife after and saying the N-word and the shit that got him in all that trouble with WWE. Really sucked for everybody involved. This is Brooke Hogan talking to Bubba about the sex tape and what Hulk Hogan said privately about it.
A lot of things about things with my dad have bothered me, because a lot of people don't know. Sorry, I don't want to cry. A lot of people don't.
Your dad just died. You're allowed to cry. It's okay.
I feel like I'm going to cry because I always thought that you probably hated me for my involvement in what I did, and I always thought.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you. I want to tell you that I was down in my dad's gym back.
I apologize.
I was down in my dad's gym with him back when they set up the sting operation at the Sand Pearl. And him and David Houston got wired up because somebody was going to try to extort them for the tape.
Oh, shit. I didn't know about this.
And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape. And I've been watching you take the heat for it, and I've been hearing you, say sorry. And I know that, you have a guilty conscience, but my dad told me the real story that, it was your home files, when you got divorced, that you ran down off your security footage thing when Heather had to get all of her stuff out of the house. And he said that somebody's, one of your employees had it.
Oh, shit. So it was one of Bubba's employees officially. So Bubba could be right about who it was. That Bubba was having all of his home files uploaded somewhere else, and that an employee got control of it. Oh, shit. I don't have the... God damn it. I don't have the phone. I'll get you on here, Ryobi. Just hold on a second. Ryobi knows some shit about this. God damn it. Come on. Hook up to the... Aaron, you're a professional broadcaster, for Christ's sake. All right. Ryobi, hello.
Call from...
Hey,
Oh, shit. Ryobi, call back. We'll get you on. Because Ryobi's down there in Florida. I think he was a Bubba fan, too, or is a Bubba fan. Which, by the way, is good. Be a Bubba fan and a Steel Toe fan. Flip back and forth. It's like WCW, WWE. If Bubba's doing something, you're like, this isn't for me. Maybe we're talking about Chevy Chase. Thank you, Silver Wolf, for the $2. Says you skipped my other two. I'm sorry. Gray Duckling with $2 says, loop us, loop you. Thank you. We'll get back to this clip in a second, but first, let's go to Ryobi. Hello, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, here's the deal. Here's exactly what Bubba has always maintained, and that people have always called him a liar for. And it's the story that he gave out when it all happened. He said, the fucking happened. The N-word was recorded on his home cameras.
Security system, yeah.
Hulk, of course, had been there many times and knew there were cameras, but obviously he was, chasing pussy and wasn't paying attention to... Like, he knew he was being recorded, but he didn't know.
Right. He wasn't
Just
thinking about that
the
in the
recording
moment.
was...
Yeah.
Yeah. So later on, Bubba, I guess, had the video, and I guess he was a real weirdo, or still is, I don't know. But he got it on DVD, basically off the hard drive.
Yeah.
And it was in one of his DVD players. Then there was a Bubba yard sale. He used to sell all his weird shit off.
Oh, yeah, I know about that. Yeah, SP's a Bubba
Okay.
fan. She tells me about all this stuff.
Okay, so then she can kind of explain do you know who Spice Boy is?
Yeah, I'm aware of who Spice Boy is.
Okay, so what ended up, Spice Boy got the DVD player because it was either like out in the front yard and it was like he had forgotten the disc was in there. Spice Boy got his hands on the DVD player and figured out that the disc was in there because Bubba obviously didn't want it to get out. This is all Bubba's side of the story. He says Spice Boy got his hands on the disc, watched the disc, and was like, damn, this is hot. I know what I can do with this. He quit the show like right out of nowhere, figuring he had a golden ticket, and he went with the guy right across town that Bubba hated, which is the Mike Calta.
Yeah,
Mike Calta used to
Cowhead,
work as an intern.
Yeah.
It was Cowhead then, now he's just Mike Calta. He tried to go straight. He's the number one guy in Tampa right now, but at the time, he was just kind of the other guy in town. Bubba was the bigger guy, and he used to be an intern. Well, long story short, the tape gets out. Hogan gets hey, we have this, and we're going to extort Hogan for some money. And Hogan goes to the FBI. The FBI, if you listen back to what Brooke said, where she said there's something at some weird hotel, she mentioned some hotel name.
Yes, yeah, we were just getting into that part, yeah.
Yeah, well, the FBI had a sting going on, and Spice Boy, God, was it Spice Boy and Calta? At the end of the day, somebody was face down with the FBI, putting them on the floor, and they had good lawyers, so they got out of it. Calta got out of it, and he became the hero, and he took over in Tampa, and he's now number one top dog. But Bubba has always said Spice Boy and Calta are the ones who did this. They were the ones that were going to sell it to whoever. Gawker somehow got their hands on it, and the rest is history.
Now, is Spice... I'm confused because some Bubba guys play multiple people. Is Spice Boy Manson, or is that a different guy?
No. Spice Boy is a high school dropout that was a stunt boy who sounds really good on the air.
Yeah.
and he became like, because Bubba has like 2 or 3 guys in there aside from him. Mike, what the fuck's his name? Manson is Ned.
Right. Okay. Yes, that I knew.
Manson's not his real name. Yeah, okay. Mike Waters is the guy that plays Manson.
Okay.
He eventually, he plays the Ned character who's really dirty, but in reality, Manson or Mike is really a straight shooter. So when the sluts would come into the studio, he would always take off. He was in a side studio, being Ned as a different character, making bits, doing whatever. So he never saw the sluts. He never saw any of that shenanigans.
Didn't one of Bubba's employees recently like steal a bunch of fucking money from him or something, or like rip him off really bad?
Yes, that was his. Well, 2 of them. It was Anna.
Right.
Remember Anna?
Yep,
Anna?
I remember her.
Whatever her name was.
Yeah.
She was dating Chris, or God, what was his name? Chris with a K. He was Blitz K.
Oh, Blitz. Yeah, Blitz. Okay.
Remember Blitz?
I do remember Blitz.
So Blitz, it was extortion. Or shit. What's it called when you're allowed to take the money, but you take too much?
Embezzlement. Embezzlement.
Yeah. Yeah, he was embezzling. Because what ended up happening is,
you know what happens?
It went to like some sort of.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, we've got a little bit of a delay between the 2 of us. The call's got a little bit of a delay. It's all right.
Yeah, it's definitely not my fault. It's definitely on your end.
It's my fault. Yeah, 100%. It's technical. It's on me.
Yeah, what ended up happening is Bubba was basically broke as a joke, his words, and when they started to look at his finances and he was getting audited and shit like that, they said, well, where'd all your money go? And that's when he looked into it closer and went, oh, shit. This guy that I've trusted for years, this guy that raised my kid.
Yeah.
And it's been there with all my horror wrangling, like when I was 24, 25 years old.
Yeah.
You know, when Bubba was first in Tampa, this guy has just started taking all my money.
Fuck. You know, the more you look into it, you know, I know during the Hogan thing, a lot of people looked at Bubba as kind of a scumbag or whatever. But like the more you look into it, Bubba really, he's like a lot of us shock jock type guys. He has this persona on the air, but you look at a lot of the shit that's happened to him. He really seems like a decent, nice, trusting guy who maybe is, you could even say maybe even a little naive and trusts too much and gets really taken advantage of and used by really shitty people for being a good guy.
Yeah, he is a lot like you. You know, loaned out his wife. Then there was issues. I mean,
yeah.
And then the marriage fell apart.
Yeah, it happens.
I don't really know.
Yeah, Bubba and I are kindred spirits.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Matt. Thanks for the info. Now I have the sex tape stuff cleared up, and by the time I forget it and we talk about this again, you can call in and re-educate me.
No, everybody knows. You're the only one that forgets.
I will.
Told the story.
And I
Thanks,
will.
later.
Thank you, buddy. Here's Ryobi letting us know what's up with the Bubba stuff. Father Justin Queso gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Justin Queso. 140 away from today's goal. Keep it up. Keep it going. You guys are doing an incredible job. Keep hammering out today's goal. We need to do work. We slowed down. We got to a great number and we got lazy. Awesome show today. It's fucking seamless. This is a perfect show. Except for me hitting stop streaming an hour in. This has been a perfect show. I wouldn't trade this one for $1 million. But let's see if we can make $1 million. All right, so let's go back to the Brooke talking to Bubba about how Hulk knows that Bubba didn't leak the sex tape.
They took it from you, and he knew it wasn't you. I want to just apologize because I know that I know it was not only devastating for me, obviously, because I was the butt of the joke in the tape, but I just watching you talk about everything and you being however you got your sources being so right, and me being through 25 surgeries with him and knowing that man's health like a roadmap, as I say. It just made, I could tell that you cared and I could tell that you were worried, and it pisses me off is that, instead of his people around him telling the truth and and being able to get people to pray for him and help him, even though I wasn't in contact with him for.
That is an interesting thing. That who the fuck was leaking this info to Bubba? And it's not Bubba's fault. Like, Bubba's getting info and he wants to report it. He can report it. But like, who the fucking Hulk's inner circle was like telling people? Like, clearly Hulk didn't want it getting out that he was on death's door and he wasn't doing well and he was in renal failure and all that shit. So who the fuck is just leaking that shit to Bubba? That's really kind of shitty of them. But I will say this. Bubba just seems like an earnest dude. You know? Bubba just seems like a guy who's like a decent enough fella. He has this, you know, verbose character that he plays on the air, but behind the scenes, he gets taken advantage of by a lot of fucking shitheads that he builds up. And I didn't realize that about Mike Calta either. I didn't realize what a fucking worm he was. If all that stuff about the sex tape is true, that's really shitty because he kind of tries to come off as he's the good guy and Bubba's a piece of shit. Makes you feel bad for the guy a little bit. All right, let's get into those 7 o'clock hour stories. We are moving today, boy. Thank you guys very much. Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Tomorrow is bike night and 250 cans at Stoney's. Go and say hello, have a beer, sit on the patio, enjoy Stoney's Garage. It's a great place to be. Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Visit them. They did a great job with our anniversary show, and they do a great job every day. Go ahead, hang out, meet some friends at Stoney's. Midland Armory in downtown Litchfield, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Talk to Derek and Tracy. Midland Armory is your spot for all the best in firearms, all the best in optics, knives, parts and gear, and information, knowledge. That's what you need to make the right decision. And Derek has that in droves. Ask any question you've got. There's no question too dumb, too smart, too big, too small. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. You can order online, especially if you have an FFL. That's a huge advantage. Or just visit them in store. Downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And All Care Towing. I'm going to go see the boys at All Care today. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, All Care has the trucks and wreckers big enough to take care of heavy-duty equipment or as small as motorcycles. They can haul it all. When you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, you get a flat tire, you lock your keys in your car, whatever reason, they've got you at All Care Towing. Put the number in your phone. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. All right, let's throw in our money. Let's make some money here on the tow and get that $140 cleared up at the very least. Get us to 100 by 9:30 so I don't hit panic mode. Did you guys hear about Big Balls? You remember Big Balls, the Doge employee who was outed? The guy, when the liberals were very upset that all of that Doge stuff was coming out, they started looking into who's in Doge, and they found this guy called Big Balls. And Big Balls was a dude, and they thought that by exposing him, they would embarrass the Doge thing. I don't know what the end game was with exposing Big Balls, but all it did was make people laugh their fucking ass off and go, oh my God, this is awesome. This is so Elon. This is so Trump. There's a guy working at Doge who calls himself Big Balls. Perfect. Well, now, apparently with this Big Balls guy, he's a hero. The Doge employee who was brutally beaten in D.C. for defending a woman has been identified as Big Balls. So some woman was being robbed in D.C. Big Balls jumps in, stands up for her. Not a girlfriend, not a wife, nothing like that. Just pulls a Batman move and then takes an ass whooping. You can see, it's in rough shape there. Takes an ass whooping to save a woman in D.C. And it kind of just adds to the legend of, spurgy Republican Big Balls working for Doge. Good for him. it's it also really, the other side of this, it highlights just how fucking bad that street crime is in DC, man. There's just DC, New York, all of those big towns like that. They keep trying to say, they keep trying to say shit like the numbers are improving, the stats are improving, and you want to believe them. But at the same time, you see the news and you watch the stuff that's coming out. I'm not saying you should believe everything you hear, everything you read, everything you see, but it's like you keep telling me that your numbers are getting better, but then I look at all these people getting the shit beat out of them and robbed and everything else. I'm like, I'm not sure I can buy it. You might be right statistically, but the feel ain't right yet. Mindy Lee with 10. Uh-oh. What the fuck did I just do? My chat ninja just got, wait, there we go. Got it. Okay. I fucking moved I got to stop fucking with OBS today. I moved my chat ninja, the text for the super chats and everything. I popped the window out and I couldn't get it back in. I got to stop clicking around in OBS. I've already killed the stream once today. Jesus. Mindy Lee with $10 says, happy birthday, wild card. Yes, throw in your wild card birthday donos and I'll keep them. Raz of Chaz with $2 says, I'm glad the goal is down, but sorry I missed some of the show. I was at the dentist because my tooth hurty. Thank you. Well, guess what? We're at 1:30 for today. So keep going, guys. Like I said, I'd really like it if you got to $100 by 9:30. That would be really, really nice. We're 92 gifted memberships away from 400. No, 82. I'm sorry. I fucked that up too. Boy, I am technically off my game performance-wise $1 million today. 82 gifted memberships away from 400 and $130 away from today's goal. Some people are saying that the stats look better in DC and New York because they're just straight up not reporting the data to collectors. Well, that's one way to do it. They decided that if we just stop telling people when crime is happening, then the numbers can go down. That's a lot easier than actually fixing the problem. I'll give them that. Jesus. It's so 2025 America. Just like, don't fix the problem, just cook the books. Great. All right, we got, this is very interesting. Adam Schiff, one of the biggest anti-Trump guys in the White House, he's apparently under federal investigation now. I'm starting to get a little worried about all these investigations. I feel like the Trump administration, when Biden did shit like this, we called it weaponizing the justice system. I do feel like Trump's starting to weaponize the justice system, and I think a lot of the reasons he's doing it is because of that damned Epstein list. I think that that Epstein list has become such a problem for them that they're like, hey, let's try to make up for the anger we've put in people about the Epstein list. And in return, they'll forgive. Let's take that and let's prosecute a bunch of people that our base doesn't like. And then they'll forgive us for the Epstein stuff. I don't give a shit if Adam Schiff goes to jail for mortgage fraud or whatever the fuck that is. And by the way, kind of a similar charge to what Donald Trump got convicted of, which was a bullshit charge. And then also the other thing, the Obama stuff, like the Russiagate shit, they want to indict people and so. We don't care. We want the Epstein list. It's not like we didn't get the thing we want, but if you give us 30 things, we didn't get the thing we want. So if you give us 30 things we don't want, it'll make up. That's not how it works.
And tonight, an update on an Ingram Angle exclusive, a Trump administration source telling the Angle that a criminal investigation of Adam Schiff is underway.
And then, this is what I hate about these boomer conservatives and Fox News. They'll eat this shit up. They'll peddle this to people and go, oh my, this is a really big deal. This is heavy stuff. Adam Schiff, oh boy, you guys, get ready. When in reality, who fucking cares? This is the stuff for the boomer Fox News crowd. They can salivate over this and go, oh, another win for MAGA. When in reality, it's just to the rest of us. It's kind of strange that younger people are the ones who are jaded now. The younger people are the cynical ones when it comes to Trump, and the boomers are the dyed-in-the-wool, will believe everything he says, yay, Israel type of Republicans. Who gives a shit? I don't care if Adam Schiff walks free until the day he croaks.
Conducted by U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland for possible charges involving mortgage fraud. Now, this follows the story we broke last month when the Federal Housing Finance Agency sent a criminal referral to the DOJ alleging that Schiff, in multiple instances, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms.
So literally the exact same thing that Donald Trump was convicted of and that we all said was bullshit. Now, when you do these, when you try to get these terms, you go, my property's worth this much. And the people giving you the loan take a look at it, they assess it, and they go, no, it's actually worth this much. So he tried to say that his property was worth more than it was. It's the bank's job then to investigate, do their due diligence, and find out what the truth is. It's not Adam Schiff's job to get the number right to the penny. Again, this is what they charged Trump with and convicted him of. I can't be inconsistent. It was bullshit when they did it to Trump. It's bullshit that they're doing it to Adam Schiff. And again, this is politicizing the Justice Department. This is what we bitched about under Biden. You got to bitch about it under Trump. I think Adam Schiff is a douchebag too. But that doesn't mean he should just, I don't want to set the precedent that just because a guy's a fucking douchebag and we don't agree with him politically, that we should just lock him up.
In a 2011 affidavit signed by the then California congressman, he certified that a property in Montgomery County, Maryland is his primary residence. He also owns a condo in Burbank, California, which he's also claimed is his primary residence, and said so in 2023 during his campaign for Senate.
I think just about every member of Congress has a residence in their state and a residence back in D.C. since we're in session much of the week. And people make a family decision where they're going to have their kids. But our principal residence, our primary residence is in California. It always has been and always will be.
Ruh-roh. Well, Senator Schiff has...
Ruh-roh? Who gives a fuck? Show us the fucking Epstein list. I don't give a shit about Adam Schiff. Adam, I don't give a Schiff. This is exactly the kind of thing that distracts these retarded fucking neocon boomers over on Fox News. Bravo, guys. Dicking it up again.
Not responded to us about these allegations.
Do any of you care if Adam Schiff gets charged or not? I hope none of you get caught up in this shit. I hope none of my audience goes, oh yeah, we're going to get Adam Schiff. I don't fucking care.
But we were able to find a statement that his campaign spokesperson gave to CNN back in 2023. She said that the Burbank condo is his primary residence, but Adams, California and Maryland address.
You guys are really just digging. So you're digging up interview clips to compare to his bank records. Ugh, guys, this is reaching. I'm glad that these people can show Daddy Trump what their allegiance is. I'm glad that they can show Daddy Trump, hey, we're still with you, Donald. But it's just the same bullshit they were trying to do to Trump. New boss, same as the old boss. By the way, Bappa Shab says, kind of surprised you aren't covering the Barry Weiss thing. Send me a link. I don't know about I missed that one when I was getting ready for today's show. Also, guys, it is 9:20. We're 1:30 away from today's goal. Please don't make this another one like the last few days have been. I'd really appreciate it. I mean it. I get tired of sounding so pathetic in the last half hour of the show. So it's been a great show. If you love what we're doing, throw a membership. Throw $5. We'll get this thing hammered out in no time. Please and thank you. I just don't like doing it that way. I enjoy the first 4 hours of this show. Keep knocking it down. It's becoming the same pattern, and it's incredibly frustrating. We get down really low, and I'm like, fucking great, easy day. And I don't want to keep reminding you of it all day, but it doesn't work if I don't. So please help out. chip into the show. We appreciate it. And also, hit like. Those like numbers are bad. Like, I look at these people who have less views than we do, and they got shitloads of likes, dislikes. We don't have as many. Interact with the show. Interact a little bit. We appreciate it. Let's get that 130 dwindled down a little bit, guys. At least under 100 in the next 10 minutes. I would appreciate it. Unpleasant Alex says, actually, not the same at all. He's listing Maryland as his primary residence. When he's required to list California, listing multiple primary residences is technically the mortgage fraud. Again, I'm just going to say, I don't care. Maybe technically that's illegal. Maybe technically the shit Trump did was illegal. I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. This is all just getting back at your political opponents because you're taking a lot of heat from your own base about the Epstein thing. If you can't see through that, I don't know what to tell you. We just disagree on it then. Chips and Diff says, here's $1 for your I don't give a shift joke. Oh, thank you. It's nice to see a little something coming in. Thanks. Thank you very much. I hope, Concrete Petey says, I hope every politician goes to prison. The country's run by a cabal of pedos in both parties. Yeah. Unpleasant Alex says, nah, Trump gave a property estimate and the bank was the one who verified. Nothing illegal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They are a little different, but again, I'm gonna stand by. I'm gonna stake my claim on none of this would be happening if the Epstein files were released and people were really happy that Trump released the Epstein files. Imagine being that close to being like the guy who finally did it. You're God, King Trump. You've released the Epstein list. People would be so happy to have it. And you fuck it up that badly. Hey, guys, I got great news. Brendan Fraser's back, and they're not dressing him up as a 500-pound sad sack this time, which is nice. By the way, I know Brendan Fraser's had his issues with Hollywood, and he had that big comeback with the movie The Whale. Do you think part of that was Hollywood saying that, like, we're going to let you back in, but fuck you at the same time? I kind of get that vibe that they gave him that role to kind of fuck with him, and he just crushed it. Bo Beardington with $1.99. Yeah, we don't need people like that around. I mean, that's just a bad faith actor and kind of a psycho. A bad faith actor and a little too psychotic for me. That's someone who gets a little too close and is just, when you're dealing with stalker behavior, you got to cut out the people who could make that worse. And that's just, no thank you. You know, we hit our goal every day, knock on wood. It's tougher some days than others. There's just certain, you get to be in a privileged position where there's certain people you just don't want around because they're a little creepy. And I'm sorry if that hurts their feelings, but look at your behavior and then tell me you're doing something positive with your life. That's all. And also me avoiding all that, they all just eat each other and die anyway. It's been interesting to see. So Brendan Fraser has a new show. I have no idea what the fuck this is. I was hoping you guys could help me out a little bit. It's called Rental Family. It follows a struggling actor who's hired as a token American for a Japanese rental family company in Tokyo. It seems like, for those of you who say you want Hollywood to do something new and you don't want them to do sequels and remakes of shit that's like 40, 50 years old, here's something new. Let's see if they've got something. And I don't know. Me personally, I kind of root for Brendan Fraser, so it's nice to see him back.
The market here isn't the same anymore. It's half the rate, twice the work. But I got you a gig and the pay is actually pretty good.
What's my part?
Oh, it's a movie. I was under the impression that this was a TV show. Okay.
So?
Searchlight still does some good shit.
What do you think we do here?
We sell emotion.
How?
We play roles in the clients' lives. Parents, siblings, boyfriends, girlfriends, best friends, and help them connect to what's missing.
I'm just an actor. I don't know how to help people.
What I'm offering here is a chance to play roles with a real meaning.
What do you need me for?
We need a talking white guy. This girl needs a father.
Hi, Mia. I'm your father. I'm your father. Hello, Mia. I'm your father.
I hate you.
She hates me.
It's what being a parent is.
Dude, this movie looks like it's... I mean, I get it. It's a Searchlight picture, but it seems like a fucking bummer. Like, imagine the emotion of, like, you have to get connected to these families and you have to invest, and then eventually I guess you go away. It's a rental. Oh, that would be horrible.
You could live in this country for 100 years, and there will still be things you won't understand.
Why do you do this?
Sometimes the story we tell ourselves becomes the truth. To her parents, you are her husband. These people look at you like they've been waiting for you their whole lives.
I mean, you got to give them, it's new. This is a new idea for those of us. I just imagine my audience watching this trailer and going, all right, fine, fuck it. You can do sequels again. Let's just go back to sequels. Make another Ghostbusters movie. I don't give a shit. It's something different, and it's a guy we all like. Maybe it's worth a shot.
And what you'll discover is that they stay with you.
Well, this is amazing.
It's cool, but it's fake.
You know, sometimes it's okay to pretend.
They're trying something. Movies. I look, I just don't want to be the old guy who goes, movies aren't what they used to be. Fucking, but, you know, at a time where it's either, you know, a new Superman movie or here's a remake from, you know, here's a Happy Gilmore sequel. I mean, it's new. It's different. Nothing new about this. It's propaganda again, says Sam Show. Can you enjoy anything? Can you just enjoy something? Why does it always have to be a Jewish scheme or propaganda or everything else? Can't we just shut our brains off sometimes and just watch something? Sam Show says it's just a vehicle for Pravda. I feel like you're doing this just to fuck with me at this point. Nomo says, no, you can call this one Found in Translation. This is not a Lost in Translation sequel. I refuse to believe that. It's Rental Family. It's Brendan Fraser. It's totally different. Big Steve says he was good in George of the Jungle. All right. Blooms off the rose. 1:30 away from today's goal. It's in the Toolman Taylor says, oh, my Rucky Stars, a Negro. That's not. They're not going to do that in this movie. 1:30 away from today's goal. I don't want to go into panic mode again. You know, it gets this way, and then I get to Thursday, and it's our last goal, and we get through it. And then I get a weekend to rest, and I'm like, okay, I can do goals again for a week. Like, that's kind of the theme. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf, for the $5. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, I got to make sure that I'm doing this on my phone. Want to make sure I'm not giving names out. Let's see if there's a message attached to this so I don't give it. So there's a screen name to the damn thing. There we go. Happy to see Bubba's comeback. Still calling this another loss for the toe. Thank you, Michael, for the 1776. I appreciate it. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says still excited for this movie. Well, thank you, guys. That brings us down to 110. Come on, man. Let's fucking go. We got a little rally started here. Drop in a couple of bucks. 110 away from today's goal. Do it. Gifted memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, please and thank you. This is very doable, but I'd like to do it without kvetching for the next hour. So knock it out. Call it another win for the toe. Thank you. Coniferous Co. becoming a member for 34 months says, is it Friday yet? Almost. Tomorrow's like Goal Friday, because Friday there are no goals. It's just Rumble Friday. We just play your shit. We're getting there. We got 2 more goals after this morning. Knock them out. Let's call it a win for the toe. Silver Wolf, what movie are you excited about? Primitive War. Ryan Quanten, Trisha Helfer. I don't know either of these fucking people. God damn, I'm getting old. Let's see. Ooh, a Vietnam movie. All right.
I heard you got to. Nice work, Baker. You gotta be a lunatic if you're gonna be a vulture. Let's see what you guys think of this next mission. 3 days ago, I lost.
This looks like a movie Morgan Wallen should be in. It's like Morgan Wallen should be like a soldier best buddy who gets his fucking legs blown off.
My Green Berets. We're gonna drop you in right here in that valley. We got our job. Find those Green Berets.
So it's like a Vietnam Saving Private Ryan kind of a thing. Primitive War. Sam Show, before this preview's over, please send us a message talking about what kind of propaganda this is. I need to be brought down to earth. So far, I don't really give a shit about this movie. It's kind of like you've seen one war movie, you've seen all the war movies, but maybe. Let's see. It's got a chance.
Piece of the puzzle. That's all. Don't make him a position. One female Russian survivor. They're still out there. Just take to the perimeter.
Oh shit, no, we got fucking dinosaurs. I didn't see dinosaurs coming. They're like a green dildo on a WNBA court. Holy shit. Okay, I'll give you this. We're talking about original ideas for movies. It may be a bit of an acid trip, but it's new. All right, guys, I got it. Vietnam War movie where they're looking for POWs. Ah, come on. That's Rambo 2. We've seen it before. No, but wait. When they get into the fucking jungle, dinosaurs. That's out of left field.
We've been attacked by all kinds of prehistoric beasts. We need an emergency extract from the zoo.
And that's not an option.
What the fuck? So we're lighting up T-Rexes with machine guns. I need to see a movie where they're shooting anti-aircraft guns at pterodactyls and they're launching grenades at triceratops. I need this movie. You know what? This is stupid. This is idiotic. This is retarded. I love it. And a Fortunate Son remix?
Listen, my mission is to get my men home, not fight dinosaurs. I'm gonna go find them, dead or alive.
Okay, this movie looks fucking awesome. Oh, we're eating. The dinosaurs are eating people.
Get fueled up and get ready.
We're doing what you want. We're probably all gonna die screaming because of it.
This movie looks fucking great. Primitive War. I love it. That looks so fucking stupid. That looks like a movie where you can just turn your brain off, turn this shit on, and just watch it. If it's under 2 hours, it'll be perfect. Sam Show. Sam Show says, boomer bait. Everyone is too millennial looking to do a Vietnam movie. Chips and Diff, thank you. He says, is that Jeremy Piven? I thought so too. I thought that was Jeremy Piven. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, find those Green Berets. Their job is to not be found or seen. Well, it's a good point. Dub says, did the green dildo come? Jesus Christ. I fucked up my own Mallrats reference. Jesus Christ, there's some questions you just don't fucking ask. Papa Shab says we need the Mike Francesa review. You know, I don't like it because there are no dinosaurs. You know, there's dinosaurs in the movie. You know, I'm watching a movie. I'm like, there were no dinosaurs in Vietnam. You know, I'm sitting there watching the movie. I'm like, this is the stupidest movie ever because there's dinosaurs in it. I'm sitting down. I'm ready to watch a good Vietnam movie. Yeah, I like the Vietnam era. The Vietnam era is pretty good. And then all of a sudden there's a T-Rex. I know that there were no T-Rexes in the jungle, so it's a stupid movie. I don't you know, I was sitting there with a Diet Coke. I was ready to enjoy the film. And, you know, all of a sudden there's a pterodactyl. There are no pterodactyls, you know. Come on. Pterodactyls went extinct a long time ago. You know, they're trying to put the Triassic era into a Vietnam film. And historically, this is just an inaccurate movie. Took me right out of it. $1 from Crowder Wears Panties says, Aaron, have you heard that they stopped using red instead of green night vision in Vietnam because they were literally seeing demons? Fuck. No. I think that was Piven, though. I think you guys are right. What's more rare to see in a movie? What's more rare to see these days? A dinosaur sighting or Jeremy Piven in a movie? I don't know. I think that one's going to be kind of interesting. Papa Shav, yeah. I love the idea of Francesa reviewing this movie. What the hell are dinosaurs doing in Vietnam? What the hell are dinosaurs doing like in any area outside of the Jurassic or the Triassic? There's no. Nomo says, how about a Mad Dog review of the movie? I'm watching the movie, Stephen A., and I see that there's dinosaurs in the Vietnam movie. And I'm sitting here, I'm trying to look at a bunch of pan faces shooting at our American soldiers, and there's a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the movie. And what's next? Is the Viet Cong going to hide in the trees and they're going to blast away pterodactyls? No! This is not the way it's going to go. It's both Mike and the Mad Dog will not be able to wrap their head around the concept of importing dinosaurs, dropping them into the Vietnam War. It will be unconscionable to the both of them. Nomo with $1 says, LOL, thank you. Thank you. Mike Go writes, fucking home run, Toe, home run. I was watching a movie. They were going to shoot a bunch of slant eyes, and then the fucking dinosaur came out. Fuck yeah. Sorry. 110 away from today's goal. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Give us a fighting chance at knocking this thing out. I appreciate it. Please and thank you are the magic words. 10, 20 bucks at a time. Let's get 110 down to 0 so we can feel like winners today. It was 7:30. It was 7:30 when we got to 140. In 2.5 hours, we've made 30 bucks. Fuck. My show is dying. Oh, God. Go ahead. Throw in. Ease the agita. We get here every day. I should be used to it by now, but beg, 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 panic, panic, panic. That's the Steel Toe Show now. We're a long ways away from our heyday. Let's put it that way. Oh, yeah, here we go. More Epstein makeup. This time the House of Representatives trying to cover for Trump. They've issued subpoenas to the Clintons, both Bill and Hillary, James Comey, and others as part of an Epstein inquiry. Oh, this is good because Hillary Clinton will totally show up on October 9th. Bill Clinton will totally show up on October 14th. Merrick Garland will show up on October 2nd. James Comey will be there on the 7th. William Barr will be there in August. Former U.S. Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, Jeff Sessions, Robert Mueller, Loretta Lynch, Eric Holder. They're all going to show up, and they're all going to drop to their knees and tell us everything we need. That we need to know about the Epstein stuff. I'm so glad that they decided to do this. I mean, it was just all we had to do is ask. All we had to do is ask these people, hey, do you think you could come by and talk to us about Epstein for a while? And Bill Clinton was probably like, all you had to do is ask us the question and we would have been there. It was that simple. I can't do it. I'm sorry. My skepticism is too high. I can't get worked up for any of this shit anymore. What do they think? Like, what do people think when they hear this? That the House is going to call Hillary out and she's going to be like, oh, my husband? Yeah, well, you see, I've been holding on to this shit for 30 years, but I thought I would tell you guys, yeah, he's been having sex with underage prostitutes that were trafficked to him by Jeffrey Epstein, so he would be blackmailed by Mossad and the CIA. So he would do their bidding. Oh, thank you for coming in and informing us of this, Mrs. Clinton. If Hillary Clinton ratted on Epstein, would she have to kill herself? Is that how that works? I don't... Because I know when other people reveal stuff they're not supposed to reveal, Hillary might get them. You know? Maybe, who knows? Maybe if Hillary rats on herself and then she dies, we can say, what did Hillary Clinton know about Hillary Clinton? Ryobi says $30 in 3 hours. Know your worth. No shit, right? No shit. 110 away from today's goal. Doable. Let's start throwing in. Let's start doing this shit. Oh, you know what? If it's Anna Paulina Luna telling me this shit, I'll listen to her tell me the story because she's super hot. If she's super hot, I'll let her spin me a yarn. Let's hear it.
Fascinating name here is Alberto Gonzalez and Robert Mueller. He was the director of the FBI, and Alberto Gonzalez was the head of the DOJ.
Did Benny Johnson just have a cavity filled? Like, did he just have Novocaine put in his bottom part of his cheek here? Seems like he's struggling to talk over a Novocaine numbing.
When Epstein got his true get-out-of-jail-free card, the actual cover-up was in 2005, 2006, 2007, when Epstein was allowed to skate, even though they had him dead to rights. Those are, I think, going to be some very, very powerful and important questions. What do you intend on asking, Congresswoman?
I'm asking them directly who authorized this information to be placed in burn bags and what information do they have about the former deputy director of the FBI destroying evidence pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein.
Boy, you know what would really help is if you guys released everything you had ahead of time so we could all read it and follow along. That would be really good. No, we're not going to. Okay. That's the other thing about this. Like, I can understand why there would be no like tapes or why there would be, you know, why there would be a lack of evidence in the Epstein files. Why wouldn't the FBI, if they were covering this up, if they were part of it, why wouldn't they destroy this shit back in 2008, 2009? You know, when he went to jail and they raided his house and all that. Like, why wouldn't they just go, oh, shit, this is bad. Yeah, we got to set all this on fire.
Which we know right now the FBI is actively investigating. So this is not a conspiracy theory. This happened. Actually, it was your show that kind of tipped me off to follow up
nice,
with
Benny.
one of those
Congratulations.
whistleblowers. And now that's a full-fledged investigation. So kudos to you.
Want to go out for coffee?
Benny.
So hold on. You're confirming to us that the FBI has destroyed Epstein evidence.
I'm confirming that there's an open investigation and that the leads on your show resulted in them finding burn bags pertaining to Russiagate and potentially Epstein, yes.
Well, this is news to us, and we're excited to hear that. A lot of these things happen, obviously.
I'm not excited to hear that. You're just excited because it happened on your show. I'm not excited to hear that the FBI's been burning evidence. I mean, I knew they were, but not excited to hear that it's confirmed that the FBI's been setting information about our blackmailed leaders on fire. Kind of sucks a giant cock to confirm that we're never going to see this shit. Redbird with $1 says, you know what to do if you want money. I know. I think we're hitting my last 2-a-day day of the week. And I think I'm just, I think I'm just kind of resigned at this point. It's 110 away. I've told the audience what I like. I've told them, look, I hate the last half hour of this show when we're trailing by $100. I hate doing it. It's the worst part of my day. Whereas the first 4 hours of the show I love it. It's so much fun. Could you please maybe all of you throw in a gifted membership or $5 and get that 110 down to a place where we can just knock it out at the end? That would be really good. Like, you can say that a million times, and when it doesn't happen, you're like, oh, I guess I'm just, you know, like Ryobi said, know your worth. I do. I fucking stress about and hate this part of the show. What can I say? It's hard when you do really good work and you're very funny and you're very engaging and entertaining. And you're like, all right, guys, to keep this going, let's just do this right now. And you're like, well, and then you get a little bit of hope and you're like, nope, you're going to be doing the same fucking thing you do every day, Pinky, trying to take over the world. So throw in a little PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Jesus Christ, from that text message, I can't even read any of that. That is remarkably offensive about our world leaders. I can't say that. What are you doing? My God. On a Wall gifting a membership on Rumble. Thank you, On a Wall. Let's keep passing those along. 81 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble. 105 away from today's goal. Please let that be the start of a rally. Please let me feel like I still have a real show that isn't dying. Please get us down a little bit so I can feel comfortable in my own skin for the next half hour. The goal is life. Life is the goal. Hi-ho, hi-ho. It's off to goal we go. This is going to be a more common thing than just once in a while. An Iowa family is suing the Roblox game. Roblox is going to definitely have to make changes eventually if they haven't already, because parents are going to be worried about, their kids talking to certain people. And then there's going to be parents that are concerned that, the big one here is the kids are getting a hold of the credit card. And as they get a hold of the credit card, the parents go, holy shit, $5,000 worth of Roblox charges. Don't put your fucking debit card on your kid's tablet. Don't let your kid play in-purchase games on your tablet where all your financial information is. Don't do that, and you won't have to worry about it. Whatever the issue is here. If it's financial, if it's about the kids using the debit cards, don't give the parents a dime. They did this to themselves. This story, however, has to do with an Iowa family alleging that Roblox enables child trafficking. I think this is actually a good lawsuit. I think this is a lawsuit that needs to happen. I think this is one of those points where a lot of these kids' games need to start taking a little more responsibility. If you're going to be an online game where you can interact with each other, and especially if you're going to market it towards children, which Roblox does, you've got to take steps to make sure the kids are safe. You cannot enable the creepiest motherfuckers on earth. Maybe there needs to be like a minimum age requirement. A maximum age requirement where you can't be over like 17 to play Roblox. I mean, I've played it with my kids before, and they've got some fun games in there. It's kind of, it's like a universe full of little mini games. And like I played the restaurant one, that's kind of fun. The airport tycoon one, that's kind of fun. But like, you do have to be careful. Like I do have to set the chat settings. The kids can't chat with anyone. They can't do anything like that. You got to be active in this shit. You can't just hand the kid a fucking tablet and say, there, play Roblox, kill some time. You got to play with them. You got to be active in what they're doing. You got to watch those settings. Let's see what happened in this Iowa case. While you guys, come on, baby, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, help out. Please, 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 please.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Taking on an online titan. The family of a 13-year-old West Des Moines girl is suing Roblox. They claim she met a man who claimed to be a teenager on the platform before she was groomed, then kidnapped. Her family was finally able to get her safely back to Iowa. KCCI's Marcus McIntosh has the lawsuit and advice to keep your kids safe.
One word for Roblox: settle. They say in Liar Liar, settle, 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 settle. Your kid got groomed and kidnapped from playing Roblox. Now, again, the settings in Roblox, I have them on my phone. They're easy to control. Could Roblox do more? Sure. I'm sure all these games could always do more. But ultimately, as a parent, you've got to be involved. You can't let this shit babysit your kids. You have to be active. You have to be proactive. You have to anticipate the shit that can happen and then cut it off at the quick.
Safe while gaming. Marcus.
Stacey, the 87-page lawsuit lays everything out in detail. Now, the family claims Roblox does not do enough to protect kids who use that platform.
Yeah, this is just kind of grow a garden, just building your own little garden area.
This is one of Roblox's many games.
It is like it sounds boring as fuck, but some of them are a lot of fun. What, you're just growing a fucking garden? Yeah, you had no idea how much fun you could have being a little block person, harvesting rutabagas and selling them at market.
I'm just trying to get up here.
The online gaming platform that has near endless amounts of games and games within games.
A lot of games.
It is in this world of online games the family says DH was targeted. The lawsuit contends she was trafficked across multiple states. Her parents say they did not know what was happening while the child was playing the game.
It's like a whole bunch of random people in there.
Gotta keep an eye on it.
Online gamer who is disgusted by what happened.
That's despicable of despicable.
Hot take. Abducting kids and trafficking them, taking them across state lines. Despicable. I look, I'm not blaming the parents. I'm just saying, if you just set them up an account and let them go, yeah, you run the risk of really creepy fucking people getting a hold of your children. Not okay. You got to talk to them. You got to set hard ground rules. And that's not all. You got to go in there and look at shit. I don't know when parents got this idea that their kids had some kind of right to privacy when it came to shit like that. Not in my house. I will check it out. My kids are fine with it. I will police it. I will monitor it. Absolutely. You can't be too careful with this shit.
We spoke with Derek Probasco.
And yes, Roblox should take as many steps as they can to protect children. But ultimately, the buck stops with you.
Res Blue in Des Moines. He offers some advice to keep predators from focusing on your child.
Just need to make sure that you know when to stop. So like, let's say you talk to them in a game, you make friends with them.
Nope. I don't even allow that. There's no upside to meeting someone in a Roblox game. There's no upside to it for a small child. You're not in the neighborhood. You're not going to play with each other when it's, your 15 minutes are up and it's time to go outside, or the winter time when you get more time on the damn thing. No, you got to take breaks. We're not going to chat with people or anything like that. We're going to play the game. You can have fun. That's all.
Don't take it outside the game, though. Don't start adding them on different platforms.
Probasco adds,
see, this is where the internet has fucking shot people and made them stupid and made them dumb. And this is where I'm right and the rest of the world is wrong. You're letting it go too far already. Oh, chat them in the game, but don't go. No, we're talking about children. No chatting in the game. There's no point to chat in the game. Leave that shit alone. Draw a fucking firewall.
Never give out your phone number, calling it Internet Safety 101, and showed us how parents can take control of what their kids are doing on Roblox.
Yes.
You can just link your child's account and then
Bingo.
just say, I don't want you to go into these types of games. I don't want you using your mic.
My child's account is linked on my phone. I can change the settings right now if I wanted to.
I don't want you doing anything like that. It's just boom right then and there.
The lawsuit states Roblox is misleading the public, parents, and its users with claims it's a safe platform for children. The suit is seeking compensatory, exemplary, and punitive damages, along with interest, cost of the lawsuit, and that includes attorney's fees. Now, Roblox sent us a statement that reads in part, as a policy, we cannot comment on pending litigation, but Roblox is deeply committed to the safety and well-being of our community, with tens of millions having positive experiences every day. Protecting children is a top priority, and we invest significant resources in advanced safety technology, including
I'm not blaming Roblox on this. I will say this. No matter how much work a company does, they cannot guarantee 100% safety 100% of the time. It doesn't matter. You have to, as a parent, there will never be an app that has enough settings that it's going to fully, make your kid bulletproof to this stuff. You have to jump in at some point and be uber involved. 191 Redbird with $1 says, just parents attempting to contract out responsibilities to the federal government instead of educating themselves on their kids' pastimes. Couldn't agree with you more. Could not agree with you more. You gotta be very proactive in that stuff. Sam Show says they get caught and the company hides them. Is that true? Ablo Pacheco says, this just in, parents don't know how to parent. And next, sports. Exactly. Thank you very much to Doggo Doesn't Die for gifting 5 memberships on Rumble.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan. We got
coming for you, nigga.
Thank you very much, buddy. You know what that means? We're $80 away from today's goal. Come on, let's go. Let's do it. I don't want to do it this way today. $80 away. Everybody get in and chip in right away, right now. Let's finish it up. Thank you, Doggo Doesn't Die. That's huge of you, buddy. Everybody who gets gifted a membership, gift one back. Throw one back in. $80 away. Make it happen today. Make it happen, and I'll be a happy boy. All right? Great show today, guys. Hit like, hit follow, everything else. Redbird with $1 says, if this happened on Facebook, everyone would be blaming the parents. I think the parents deserve quite a bit of responsibility when it comes to stuff like this, because like you can't, the only answer to this would be you're going to have to like let the game, this is how you end up with your iPad camera spying on you. This is how you end up with, apps recording every word you say in private in your home, because the parents go, help me, help me, help me. You need to do more. You need to do more to protect my children. And then they go, all right, here's what we can do. We can make sure that the camera's always on. We can make sure that we're always recording. And then we can in turn then take that information and we can send it to advertisers. And it just, if we would all just take a little bit of responsibility. Bill Maher once said, it takes a village to raise a child. That's just a saying. The villagers are busy. Rabbi Smoothie gifting 5 memberships on YouTube. Thank you, Rabbi Smoothie.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
There you go. Thank you, buddy. That means the world to me as well. $65 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Let's do it. People are making fun of Dusty Rhodes. I just saw it now. I went back into the chat. Dusty Rhodes has apparently been writing the same thing over and over. So now other people are copying and pasting him. It's their subtle way to let him know that we got it, we get it. Dusty Rhodes says, even Cumia has gotten so desperate for coverage and some acknowledgement that he's covering the toe, if you will. Dude, I don't blame anyone for disingenuously covering Steel Toe. I really don't. Like, I get it. It's a fascinating show. It's a really good show. And it's stalked by psychopaths and crazy people. So you cover it. I totally get it. I'm a draw. You're not going to make me feel bad for being a draw. I just know that, it doesn't really jive with Anthony's messages to me that, hey, all these other guys do drama shit and it's gay. At least you do a real show. You're a good broadcaster. Yeah, okay. But, I mean, look, I get it. When super chats are down, you have 2 choices. You can do a good, honest show and then beg for it. Or you can go, I'm going to be a 50, 60-year-old man. I'm going to cover drama. I find the begging to be more dignified. I find the begging to be a little more dignified than going, I need to become a 16-year-old high school girl in order to get people to pay attention to me. No thanks. Speaking of begging, $65 away from today's show. Okay, I love this bit now. People are changing it up. Concrete Petey says, even Joseph Kony, who has gotten so desperate for coverage and some acknowledgement, he's covering your show, if you will. Somebody writes, even Bubba has gotten so desperate for coverage and some acknowledgement that he's covering your show, if you will. Zen Man says, Dr. Emmett Brown has gotten so desperate for coverage and some acknowledgement that he's covering your show, if you will. Hobo says, even Fatty Arbuckle has gotten so desperate for coverage and acknowledgement that he's covering your show. Mr. Squatch says, ain't too proud to beg. Exactly. Apar, because if I did that, how would I trigger the fuck out of you, buddy? Redbird with $10 says, Britain just did this, and coincidentally, anything critical of the government and immigration policy also falls under the banned content. Exactly. Be careful what you wish for when you want these big companies to come in and save the day and rescue you. It ends up, by the way, Redbird now at 65. Does that get him in the cuck chair? Yes, it does. Our buddy Redbird just kicked Wally out of the cuck chair. He's at 65. Thank you, Redbird. There we go. And now it puts the toe at $55 away from today's goal. Keep it going, baby. Knock out that last $55 in the next half hour, and let's call it a win for the toe. You're doing it. You are doing it. Let's finish it up and bring this thing in for a landing. Thank you guys so much, but we got to keep pressing. If you got gifted a membership today or you're loving the toe, throw in a couple of bucks. Show us you're alive. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you. Fauci's Pangolin says, even Johnny Crutches has gotten so desperate, he's covering your show for views. I don't think that's... Did you see our president went for a stroll on the roof of the White House yesterday? I saw this and I was like, God, the fucking Secret Service must have had a heart attack. You got a guy who's been shot in the ear. You have a guy who, like, some dude was waiting in the bushes at a golf course to shoot him. And then he just goes, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to take a stroll on the roof. We're going to go up on the roof. I'm going to walk up there. We're going to have a great time. Come up, bring your cameras, bring your microphones. We'll talk some shit. Trump decided to go for a stroll on the roof. Now, I'll be honest. If Joe Biden had done this, I would be like, well, he's clearly lost his mind. He's clearly fucking senile. But Trump just wanted to, just wanted to go and walk on the roof of the White House. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever seen this before in my life. There's been, I wasn't old enough to remember Reagan, but there's been Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden. There's been 6 or 7 different presidents in my day. I don't think I've seen one of them walk on the roof of the White House. Probably because it provides a crazy person a perfect target, which you don't want.
Mr. President,
like the Secret Service sees Trump is on the roof, and they're like, oh fuck, today's gonna be a rough day at work.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Come down and talk to us.
What are you building?
Are you considering more renovations, sir?
Are you going to build up
Hi,
there?
sir.
He's showing us what kind of ass he likes. He likes him. I like him like that, Slovenian, Slavic and young, just like Jeffrey Epstein told me. I've never talked to the man. Don't know him. Don't know who he is. So he just went walking up on the roof, just fucking around. He's just building ballrooms, fighting wars, just was taking a stroll. I mean, again, if you weren't a Trump voter, you probably would go, he's losing his fucking mind. Somebody texting in saying he probably wanted to check out the firepower up there. He said something about nukes while he was up there. He said, I'm just taking a little walk. And then I think he said something about nuclear weapons. I thought, yeah, what are you looking to build? Yeah, this part. Just wanted to take a stroll with my Jews and talk about nukes.
Mr. President, what do you want to build? What are you trying to build? Sir, do you approve?
Oh, nuclear? No, he's building nuclear. See, guys, it's a nuclear missiles joke. You see, if the Ayatollah were to make that joke, we would drop bunker buster bombs in the middle of Tehran. Isn't that funny? But our president can go, I'm just building nuclear missiles. It's fun, guys. World War III, the end of the war. It's fucking hilarious. So our crazy old man grandpa president went walking up on the rooftops. Cool. I thought they were going to play a hockey game like in Clerks. That's a bizarre thing to do. Really is just a fucking bizarre form of behavior to go up there. T. Duden says the giant menorah is up there. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, if he's got to light the giant menorah, then give the guy a break, for Christ's sake. $55 away from today's goal. I stopped babysitting it for a second. Come on, 55 away. Let's not do this until 10:30. Let's just keep $5 at a time. Let's just knock this down nice and easy. 55 away from today's goal. Another win for the toe. Let's not do a Groundhog Day thing. Please, if you love the show, couple of bucks, click one of the links. We'd love it. I think it would be great. I think it would be good for you and good for me if we did it that way. 76 gifted memberships away from 400 on Rumble as well. We also have a story. I swear to God, you guys, I had nothing to do with this. I got this DM'd to me, and people were like, oh, look, I didn't think you were going to be doing a show tomorrow. Looks like you're in jail. This is a woman in this story, first of all. And regardless of what my shirt says, I'm a man. A woman was arrested Monday in a stalking case that Cottonwood Heights police called incredibly alarming because of apparent delusions the woman has about her and the victim in the case. Dude, I have a stalker who thinks that we're in a relationship. It is fucking creepy. It's really fucking weird. It's very odd to be stalked by someone you don't know, by someone you've never met, and they think you're in a fucking relationship. And you don't know what these people are capable of because they don't have a connection to reality or the outside world. They're just fucking insane and they need you and they're desperate. It is fucking wild. But she was stalking and thought she was in a relationship with Post Malone. The newly single Post Malone, by the way. According to Malone's family, their concern had peaked because the woman's behavior hadn't stopped and had instead escalated continuously since early January. You see, guys, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not stalking Post Malone. I don't want to be in a relationship with Post Malone. I just want to listen to his incredibly amazing masculine music and appreciate it for what it is. On Monday, his father, Rich Post, said that the woman, Cherish Gomer, 31, that sounds like a screen name, Cherish Gomer, had shown up at his son's home at least a dozen times. Once she even arrived barefoot after walking all the way from Salt Lake City. Okay, so we're just walking barefoot to Post Malone's little alcove that he has out there in the wilderness. Nice. All right, well, bring flowers. Further, law enforcement wrote in a police booking that Gomer continues to stalk her victim and is always released from jail. She does not care about the consequences of her offenses and will continue to cause significant emotional distress to her victim. So Post Malone has, and that's the crazy thing about these famous people. They're so fucking busy, they don't even know these people exist. They have no idea that they're being actively stalked by some crazy lady. Somebody writing about the rooftop incident with Trump, the giant menorah with new second mic, Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, great. War Crimes, Inc. Officers quickly arrived and arrested Gomer just down the street from Post Malone's house. It was the second time she'd been arrested outside his home in 8 days. Yeah, you know what? Remember what they did to Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Maybe it is time to bring that back. You know? Maybe it's just after a while, you just have to lobotomize them. Is that what it is? Lobotomize. You just got to cut out the part of their brain that allows them to function and go, there. Don't have to worry about that anymore. I mean, how many chances do you get before you keep showing up outside the person's house? Just lobotomies. I know this is where, like, we've become almost too civilized and we've gone too far in the other direction. Salt Dumpster says, come on, pay pigs. Get to another W. Shake and bake for Palestine. A little shake and bake. $55 away, 20 minutes left in the program. Get in there and knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Anti-Semitic says crazy Mormons. Oh, yeah, we are talking about Utah. There's a chance that she didn't care that Post Malone had a girlfriend up until a few weeks ago. She was willing to be a sister. 09 Canyon says she was barefoot because her shoes wore out, but that wasn't going to stop her. No, you can't stop love, you know? Love is blind. Love is crazy. Love is insane. Love is a stalker outside your wilderness home. Mad Move says booby tassels would make the donos pour in. If you can make them helicopter, I might even donate. I think we'll let the show die before I go the booby tassels route. Chips and Diff says, I want that to be a Trump bit now. Where's Trump? Next time I want him popping up out of the White House sewer. He just pops up out of a manhole cover like a fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Bapa Shab says, love is retarded and frothing from the mouth. Exactly. And as they're being pulled away by the police, they're holding their shirt open and showing you their tits going, love me, goddamn you, love me. Not knowing that he's currently on tour and can only see you from his Ring doorbell camera app on his phone. Sam Show says, I'll give you a hint. There's no cutting involved with lobotomies. Oh, really? What do you do? Just put a fucking egg beater in there and scramble it up? This is going to get me tracked by the FBI. How do you perform a lobotomy? I should not have looked that up. My eye hurts now. Oh my God. Ooh, that's a rough way to have your brain scrambled. A lobotomy is a neurosurgical procedure that involves severing connections in the brain's prefrontal cortex. It was historically used to treat severe mental illnesses, but is now considered an outdated and dangerous procedure due to its severe side effects, like drooling and not being able to move. There were two main methods: prefrontal lobotomy, which involved drilling holes in the skull and severing connections, and transorbital lobotomy, which involved inserting an instrument through the eye socket. Okay, but if you get caught like showing up outside someone's home like 4 or 5 times in a short period of time, I think you've been given enough chances. You were given an opportunity to avoid the lobotomy and you chose violence that day. So just don't make me watch it, is all. Just don't make me watch the lobotomy, and I think I'll be okay with it. Ultimate TND says, why is your nose red? Are you doing coke again? Yes. I have been sitting here for the last 4 hours and 15 minutes, and you haven't been catching me sneak my cocaine. Just enjoy the show and stop being a loser. All right, $55 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Come on, baby. Get us, Sam Show says, I doubt chat will remember this Friday. No, we are not doing lobotomy videos for Rumble Friday. Please. Please. Yeah, I want a bottle in front of me. Riding Dirty Llama says, I want a bottle in front of me, then a frontal lobotomy. Huh? Andy Semitic says, remember what? Lobotomies? Friday? No, we're not remembering lobotomies Friday. This audience does not need to send in lobotomy clips Friday. In fact, why do we even need a Rumble Friday when we need to worry about getting $55 in the next 15 minutes to knock out today's goal? Don't worry about Rumble Friday. Worry about right now. 09 Canyon says, Aaron, we can stop being losers or we can enjoy the show. Pick one. Damn it, you're right. Fuck. I really didn't think that one through. Son of a bitch. All right, guys, get it in there. Throw it in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, beg, 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 shake, shake, shake. Get this done. 55, 55, 55, 55. Knock that number down. We got 15 minutes left. Oh, the leg bouncing has begun. We're leg bouncing. Let's get this hammered out. This person writes, I drive by your house all the time. I want to know what your stalker drives. Oh my God, my stalker has a stalker. This is an old lady who swallowed the fly kind of a situation. All right, let's do a news story to distract me from the fact that I'm losing audience and my show is failing. Let's do that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, $55 away from making today's show a success. A British Columbia camper seemed like he was in distress. People thought that he was out in the wilderness being attacked by an animal. So, being good Canadians, people around that area called police and informed police while they were hiking. They heard what sounded like repeated cries. The crew immediately switched from training to rescue mode, activated a drone, and tried to find where these screams were coming from so they could help these distressed campers. The first members of the crew who arrived at the boulder fields could hear faint yelling, but couldn't make out what was being said. Oh my God. It's probably an individual being mauled to death by a bear. It's a horrible thing. The crew had split into two teams and was prepping to search the woods and the forest roads when team members found the source of the shrieking. Thank God. I just hope they were able to rescue the person. It turned out to be a man camping alone who had been belting out Nickelback songs. That's too... Okay. That's just awesome. That's wonderful. And like he didn't give a shit. He's out of key. He sounds like he's literally being raped to death by a bear to the point where people feel like they need to alert the authorities. That's just a guy who he doesn't give a fuck. He's going to belt it out. He doesn't care how it sounds. That's freedom, this man. And he's singing Nickelback tunes, which means he has really good taste. He wasn't in trouble unless you count his singing, said the search manager. The team thanked the hikers who called it in, adding that while Thursday evening's incident turned out to be nothing more than a camper in need of singing lessons, it could have been more serious. Well, see, these are the kind of things that make people jaded. You know, the next time, who's to say the next time these two are hiking and they hear someone who is getting, the Revenant treatment, they don't go, you know what? It's probably someone just doing karaoke in the woods again. Let it go. Oh, no, there's insertion. Sorry. We could have helped you, but some asshole needed to sing Nickelback songs out of key. You're fucked. Someone says, must have been in American. Somebody writes, you were up in Canada, Aaron? No, I was not up in Canada. Everybody in the chat is accusing it of being me. Oh man, when I sing my Nickelback songs in the woods, I'm a songbird. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Rebecca with $5 says, oh, fine, here you go. Geesh. I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. All I want to do is not fucking die. I just want to knock out my goal, which keeps getting lower and lower every fucking month. Being a reasonable guy. I also have an audience that gets my goal down really low for almost the entire fucking day. And then I fucking struggle at the end. It becomes a traumatic pattern. $50 away from today's goal. 10 minutes left. Please. Here we go. We're here again. We will never get to the point where it gets to 100 something at 7:30 and it just slowly trickles down from there. $50 away. 10 minutes left. Pity fuck me to death and give us another win for the toe, please. If you've even perversely, ironically enjoyed today's show, throw us $5 or $10. Throw us 50 for fuck's sake. And get us a win for the toe. 76 gifted memberships away from 400. Please, thank you. The whole deal. All right. You didn't knock out today's goal at a very expedient time, so I'm playing a Bill Nye clip. And not like a fun Bill Nye the Science Guy clip. Oh, no. You are getting Bill Nye talking politics on MSNBC in 2025. A $50 donation can end this ugliness. But, no, Bill Nye was on MSNBC telling us how we can cure climate change. And, honestly, I appreciate this. I'm glad that Bill Nye does this for us because Bill Nye has been talking to us about how terrible climate change is forever and ever. And now finally, he's going to give us the answer. And I bet you the answer is a scientific answer. I bet you Bill Nye's solution to solving what the fuck. Now he's the CEO of something called the Planetary Society. Oh, yeah, I bet you that's not something that's being used as a grift so they can all jack each other off and pay each other huge bonuses. Anyway, I bet you Bill Nye's solution for climate change is something that is based in science, it's based in weather patterns, and it's not based in his personal politics at all. One of the worst things about becoming an adult is finding out how full of shit and what a partisan hack that Bill Nye was when you were a kid. But let's go ahead. Let's give him a chance to redeem himself while you guys chip in and help me hit today's goal. And let's see what Bill Nye's got for us in terms of a solution for climate change.
And look, you guys, everybody, I used to work in the oil industry. People forget I used to work in the oil patch.
Yeah, we do forget that. So, sorry, Bill. You don't exactly give off oil patch worker vibes.
In West Texas. And we just can't do it anymore. I mean, okay, so the sooner we stop doing it, the better. And, of course, for us in the United States, right now we're having this very strong heat dome. It's very hot weather, which is going to...
That sounds like bullshit. Like, right there, I'm sorry. I want to take you seriously, Bill, but you say shit like, we got a heat dome. It sounds like you're pulling it out of your asshole.
It will affect agriculture, which will affect everybody's prices, the price of your food in the grocery store. And what we don't want is to have it be so far along, it's very, very difficult to reverse.
All right, so here we go. You got 20 seconds, Bill. Wow me with your scientific solution on how to reverse climate change. Let's go. You got me pumped up, buddy. I hate expensive groceries. Everybody watching hates expensive groceries. Fix it for us, Bill.
So everybody pay attention and vote. And I'll just say that this idea that whatever the oil and gas industry tells people in the administration is true is probably wrong. And so just don't vote for them anymore. And when you get a chance, let's get them out of office.
Every fucking time. Hey, the science. Oh, man. Oh, our climate is so fucked. Oh, guys, it's going to make your groceries more expensive. It's going to be so bad. Oh, you won't believe how terrible this is going to be. Okay, thanks, Bill. What's the solution? Vote Democrat. You know, at this point, it's on us for not seeing it coming. It's really, I mean, Bill Nye shouldn't be able to punk you like that. Hey, guys, don't you hate climate change, this totally real thing that's exactly how we say it is? Oh, yeah, it's really, really bad. Well, hey, I've got it. You're not going to believe this, but the solution to this climate change is to do exactly what I've wanted to do for my entire life. Wow, that's remarkably coincidental and convenient at the same time. Crazy, Bill Nye. Veldrain with $1 says, look at this small aircraft. This singing at the sky wasn't meant to last. Oh, he's doing a Nickelback thing. Sorry, we've got 5 minutes left. Thank you very much. So I'm panicking. Damn it. Thank you very much. I taste my own pre-cum says don't donate often due to being broke as fuck, but here you go. Thanks for the $10. It really helps. All right, $40. $40 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple. We got 5 minutes left. Bring it in for a landing for the toe. $40. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All the links are in the chat. Knock it out. Give us a win. I would fucking appreciate it. Great show today, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Still got one more to go. They got one more goal to knock out today. I cannot tell you how much I love doing this program. I cannot tell you how much I hate being a filthy fucking e-beggar for the last $40 of it. That part I fucking despise, but I'm a junkie. I'm an addict to doing this shit. I love doing this shit. $40, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Knock it out. Let's keep the week perfect. Another win for the toe. Please and thank you. I should have paid everybody half what I paid them for the anniversary show. And then I also shouldn't have paid to have Roots come up. There was no reason for that. It added nothing. Oh, shit. T. Duden says, I tune in for the squirm, but I am rooting for you. Thank you for rooting for me. I will tell you this. It is. I know a lot of things I do come off as a bit for the show. I will say, like, my exhaustion towards the goal and, like, failing and fucking it is not fun for me. This part really isn't fun for me. So if you guys could knock it out a little bit further away from the end of the show, that would be nice. But fuck, we might not even knock it out today. We might. God, I don't want to take a fucking L. Come on, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, beg, 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 shake, shake, shake. Come on, do it. Go, 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 go. 4 minutes left. Let's just rip and read some headlines. Illinois Congresswoman goes viral. I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American. Yeah, we're just seeing more and more of this. This is that Ilhan Omar shit where she's fighting for Somalis before everyone else. It's just, this is the result of 40 years of multicultural education has given us. Hey, you can be an American and this. You know what I don't like about Republicans, though? They'll give shit to this woman for saying she's this before she's American, but they won't give shit to anyone with dual citizenship to Israel who seems like they're more an Israeli citizen than they are an American citizen. Let's at least draw the line across the board and just no more of this shit. If you're here, you're American, you root for America, it's our team, we're in this together. Enough of this dual loyalty stuff on all sides.
So that's
what she said. She says, I am a Guatemalan. I am a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American. And then, everybody just clapping for her. Wow, that's amazing. That's great. I'm so glad you're Guatemalan before you're American. Or Ilhan Omar, I'm so glad you're looking out for the needs of Somalia before you're looking out for the needs of the United States. That's wonderful. Schweitz, thank you for the $20. Let's fucking go.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Come on now. $25 away from today's goal. Thank you, Schweitz. Knock it out. Call it a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 2 minutes left on the clock, $25 away from today's goal. Help out. Knock out that number. It's all we need to keep this show perfect. And the way it is, it's a small ask. Throw in a little bit. Call it a win. Last month, 50,000 unique viewers for this program. We can do these numbers. $25 away. Throw it in. Let's go. Let's knock it out. I'm the best in the world at what I do. Dude, so many struggles for the goal. I got to stop believing that at some point. But I watch other people. I'm like, these people are fucking dog shit. And their fans are even more retarded. $25. Come on. Get it in. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. Let's do the damn thing. Oh, here's a Minnesota story for you. Is this like this isn't light rail, is it? Metro Transit slated to end North Star train service in January. This is different than the light rail. This is just Metro Transit. That North Star line was supposed to be like the big thing in public transportation in Minnesota. It was supposed to be, oh my God, the North Star line. This is going to be economic development. This is going to be amazing, all this mass transit. People want to drive their fucking cars. They don't want to be in a stinky train with stinky people. And then we found out that people aren't even, paying to ride the train. They're just jumping the turnstiles. There are no actual turnstiles. It's on an honor system. The taxpayers are funding this monstrosity that loses money every fucking year statewide. And they want to keep doubling down on it. They want to keep building more rail. They want to keep building more line. They want to keep doing this over and over. Fucking insane. It's the dumbest fucking thing. and they keep doing it. Well, Metro Transit is finally tapping out. Imagine how much a public transit thing, imagine how much money it has to lose before they decide, you know what, we're just going to kill this. All right, it's 10:30. I'm not stopping. I can't stop. $25 away from the goal. We can hit that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Chip in. Throw in a couple of bucks. Hit this 25 and let's do it. I'll keep doing the show. Just throw in the 25 and let's call it a win. Son of a cunt. Somebody wrote in, it must be exhausting doing this. It is. Like, it's, like, basically, I'm at the point now where I'm like, I just want to hold what I have. I just want to hold the audience I have. And I can't hold the audience I have just doing this for the last half hour of every show. It can't. It's not sustainable. Help out. Throw in a couple of bucks. I'm glad that you guys are entertained by this part of the show, but it makes me a fucking joke. And I think that's why some of you like it. I get it. I understand it. I'm fully self-aware about it. If you love this show and you care about it and you don't like that part of it, just help us knock out this last 25 and call it a win. And to the shows that are going to make fun of this, you fucking earned it. It's fine. Go ahead. Remember, I'm just going to read this one. Remember how the feudal system made peasants work in fields and sleep in homes they didn't own so they could enrich the lords who deemed themselves nobles? Well, in 1950, half of the population was a married homeowner. In 1990, that number started plunging off a cliff. And, you know, whenever that happens, I start to wonder, okay, what happened in the early 90s? What was the thing that started happening in the early 90s that caused people to, that caused that number to start falling off a cliff? Because it's not a coincidence. What started happening? What was the galvanizing moment that caused the married number to go down and the homeowner number to go down? By 2010, as older millennials entered adulthood, more than a fifth were still able to achieve the American dream before 30. But now, the number of Americans that are 30 years old and both married and homeowners has now gone down to 12%. 12 from 50% in 1950 to 12 now. Now, I think there's one thing we could do immediately that would really help solve this problem. And that is you could ban foreign money from buying American houses. Like, it was $50-some billion from foreign nationals went into buying American real estate. And all that does is create less homeowners, more renters. Okay. Then on top of that, it jacks up the price. So now it prices Americans, working class Americans, out of the housing market. This is devastating. This is really bad. It's only beneficial if you want to live in a globally connected, borderless economy. I mean, that's about it. But we're not trying to fix that problem. We're just here fucking doing the same old shit, handing this shit off to foreign money and just totally being okay with it. I mean, it just selling our own people down the river. Coyote NV with $4.99. Thank you. $20 away from today's goal. Please, with the last $20. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hit it. Throw in $20 away from today's goal. This has been we've hit them all, but it's been a pathetic showing on my part. Put me out of my fucking misery with $20 worth of pity. I appreciate it. When it comes to the train closing down, this person writes in and says, it's not because no one wants the train. It's because there is a reason the customers live away from Minneapolis. I also don't think people want the train. I mean, trying to get that North Star system up and running and trying to get people, 2-0 with a 20 drop. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, 2-0. Give that man a Hogan. Oh, there we go.
The gold sucker, Hulk Hogan. We coming for you, nigga.
Oh, my God. Thank you so much. Another win for the toe. Fuck you. I did it. Suck my dick. The toe wins again. I win. You lose. I'm the best. You're the worst. Ha ha. You thought it would fail, and I fucked everybody up.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
That's my favorite part. my favorite part is pathetically begging for the last few scraps for today's show and then just cocking off about it after. It's so much fun. 09 Canyon says, my nephew is in that minority. Married, kid, owns a house, got a union job through an apprenticeship. Yeah, I mean, it can happen. I think, especially in Minnesota, I think these numbers are a lot worse in bigger states and bigger cities and bigger areas. I think in some of the smaller states and especially the Midwest, I think it's maybe that dream is still a little closer. It's still a little more in reach. Carlos Cameo says, I used to be involved in local politics up in St. Cloud for a long time. They talk about that fucking North Star like it's GTA 6. It's never coming. No, it's not. They're not going to build that North Star up the air. They've been talking about it since I was a kid. People don't want it. You know what? A lot of the southern suburbs, the wealthier suburbs of Minneapolis, they were talking about building a green line down there. They shut it down because they didn't want what they saw as trash from Minneapolis coming down to where they lived. They saw it as like an invitation to basically send people down there to rob them, essentially. Chevy fan says you should have a noose slowly lower when the goal's not met. Well, then we can watch the noose come down every day. It'll be nice. Baba Shab says, just say, no, I can't say that. What are you doing? Can't say that at all. Guys, thank you very much for hitting the goal today. Oh, I don't have many more of these types of goals in me. I really don't. I'm going to go mow my lawn and have a reality outside day today and forget about the last 20 minutes of struggles that we just had. Thank you for your contributions. We'll talk to you tonight. We'll do an evening show. We'll knock that one out. 2 more goals left. Thank you, guys. Hit like on your way out, by the way. Thank you.